been GoatVsFish. And GoatVsFish is here to bring you another Morning Motivational. It's Morning Motivational 65. Together we thrive. GoatVsFish and Sanshine react to the interwebiverse. Will we find goat? Will we find fish? Will we find fences? It all happens on the internet! Morning Motivational begins soon. We appreciate your patience and your graciousness. The congregation, come one, come all, come short, come tall. The Uncle Bo Radiation GoatVsFish, the Uncle Bo Radiation GoatVsFish. And Sunshine, feel free to speak to the congregation during the preparation. Goat and Fish, you're having a mighty versus. Already, the Uncle Bo comes in with a 5 radiation for Goat. The verses are about to begin. Celebration!
Celebration for radiation. Thank you, Uncle Bo. Yeah, celebration. Glorious verses of Goat and Fish. Glorious verses of Goat and Fish. Goat and Fish, we've taken note. It was written, it was wrote that GoatVsFish has taken note. And we're beginning this verses. Rising and shining for your motivation. Rising and shining for your motivation. Here we are. Look at all the energy that GoatVsFish and Sanshine have. Look at this verses. Wow. Whoa. Motivation. Ooh, look at us. Oh, dancing about the verses of GoatVsFish. Woo. Celebration. Motivation. Glorious celebration. Oh yes. Welcome to your morning motivation with GoatVsFish, and we're going to start off with our morning celebrations right off the verses. I can fix Amber Heard. Amber Heard, welcome to GoatVsFish. I can fix Amber Heard, says Lamau. This is because I said something about the chains. Oh, do not despair. The relaxation of Sunshine and GoatVsFish will continue. It will continue. Goat is warming the seat just right there. But we thought, hey, experimentation. It's only episode 65. It's only episode 65 of the Morning Motivation. There's so much experimentation to be done. So we contemplation, well, what if we start the verses up and about like this? when we do our morning celebrations, our morning declarations, some morning musications with our musication vessel, it's Sunshine.
Celebration.
We do our declarations, and then perhaps we join the throne of Goat vs. Fish. Then maybe we join the throne of Goat vs. Fish. For your contemplations. So let's start out with a morning motivation of Goat vs. Fish with the morning motivation. So let's change up the verses as we get into our morning motivation. Let's get something a little more inspiration. Sunshine. Welcome the Uncle Bo, welcome Kazam Teep TV. Thank you again for the radiation. Sola little celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Let's get our morning motivation. Let's get our morning motivation.
For fish.
Let's get our morning motivation and celebration for Goat. Wow, Mom. Motivational musications begins. Get ready. Get ready for your motivation. Get ready for your motivation because we've got the verses. We've got the verses right here on Goat vs. Fish. Eventually gold. Your morning motivation is about experimentation. Experimentation. Whether you are young and strong, whether you are old and frail, whether you are a fish trying to walk on land or a goat trying to set sail, or maybe you've just been sitting on the fence day after week after year after eon, and the verses, one by one, they're gone. You feel as though you fail. You feel as though you fail. And the verses seem stale. Your verses seem stale, and you say, why go on? Why go on with these verses? I lack the motivation because the verses just feel stale. I versus the goat. I versus the fish. I sat on the fence. Well, have you considered a little verses we like to call experimentation? Say it with Goat vs. Fish together. Experimentation. All together, let's hear it in the congregation. Experimentation. Can we get an experimentation in the congregation? Experimentation. With more motivation. Experimentation. Why, we could do an experimentation like this. Oh, Sunshine, what if you versus right here, and then Goat vs. Fish versus over there? Ooh, look at that. Ooh, it's experimentation again. Make some noise for experimentation. Say, Sunshine, let's say you've been playing a bunch of riffs, and you want to try something new. Let's try some experimentation. Try a new riff you've never versus before. Let's try some experimentation. Nice verses. Now, when you do an experimentation, suddenly a whole new universe of Goat vs. Fish arrives for your contemplation. Suddenly, a whole new verses arrives for your contemplation, and sometimes you may say, oh, I don't like this verses. I don't like this experimentation. There's some verses about this experimentation that do not fit my verses, but other verses about the experimentation will find do fit your verses. And once you have done your experimentation, Goat and Fish, you can do a verses called incorporation. You can incorporation your experimentation into your whole verses. We brought the throne of Goat vs. Fish. This was an experimentation. Then we brought the throne of Goat vs. Fish closer to the screen. That was an experimentation. Then we brought our VIP weed pipe into the third chair. That was an experimentation. But now we move the VIP weed pipe under the Hi-Fi Protege illustration. Then
We ask for your input on Goat vs. Fish. Then we say, why don't we experimentation with starting the verses? We start the verses high and rising like this. We start the verses high and rising like this. And who knows where it goes? Who knows where it goes? But now, suddenly, the verses aren't so stale anymore. It's all changing all around us. When you have a feeling of something new, you can grow Goat and Fish. You can grow Goat and Fish. Change it up. Yes, a routine can be comfortable, and consistency is an inspiration all of its own. Yes, consistency is a motivation all its own. But Goat and Fish, there is always verses for experimentation. Have you been goat? Consider trying being fish. Have you been fish? Consider being goat. Have you been stuck on the fence? Consider choosing goat or fish. When the universe seems small to you, experimentation is the verses. Experimentation is the verses. Some verses you may not even know why. You may not even know why. Why am I doing this experimentation? What is it for? But Goat vs. Fish can assure that if you reposition that goat, if you reposition that fish, if you change your verses even slightly, it will suddenly open up new universes of possibilities to you. Suddenly life will change and life will grow. So Goat and Fish, as the verses pass you by, consider an experimentation. Consider an experimentation. Sunshine, tell us the verses. We've been doing a lot of experimentation lately, changing the format of Goat vs. Fish, changing the position of Goat vs. Fish. It's been a fine week of experimentation. Tell us your experience with this experimentation on Goat vs. Fish Morning Motivation.
This experimentation has been verseful, and it's also been fenceful at the same time. There were so many moving parts I couldn't keep track. At one point I just went, am I goat or fish? And then I chose fish.
Celebration for fish.
And after which I versed one a mini goat. And now I'm here standing again because of, experimentation versus. Experimentation.
Celebration for experimentation. Celebration for experimentation. Goat and Fish, we go in the congregation, we look into the congregation, and tell us about your experimentation. Tell us about your experimentation. Oh, we're doing some experimentation right here. We're doing some experimentation right here, Goat and Fish. We're doing some experimentation with the sound of Goat versus Fish. Just like this, just like this. Well, that's a versus. That seems versatile.
Yeah, that was a good experimentation right there.
Yes, we were getting sound on the goat side, but not on the fish side. And so we just jiggled it about, and suddenly, with just a small amount of experimentation, we have a fine versus. We have a fine versus. And you seem... Oh, yes. You seem loud. And yes, it's all louder now. It's all louder now. Celebration. Celebration, celebration. Celebration.
Celebration.
Celebration, experimentation, celebration. Bunkbot says goat. Bunkbot says goat. Goat versus Sunshine. Well, Sunshine is a fish. Sunshine is a fish. New perspectives. I Can Fix Amber Heard is using this opportunity to say, have you been goat or fish? Consider being fence. It's time now. Eventually, Gold says, I have simulated being a goat in a video game. Make some noise for Goat Simulator. Make some noise for Goat Simulator. Make some noise for Goat Simulator. Perhaps slight reduction for Sunshine. Slight reduction in amplification. Fence seems overrated. Oh, we agree, Uncle Bo. We agree, Uncle Bo. Sola Little says fish. Celebration for fish. Sola Little says fish. Yes, there's the verses. There's the verses.
So, Goat and Fish, it's time for our morning celebrations. It's time for our morning celebrations. But maybe we'll do some morning celebration experimentation. We'll do some morning celebration experimentation. Goat and Fish, we're going to experimentation with some jumping fences. Goat versus Fish is going to do some jumping fences this morning celebration. Goat versus Fish is going to do some jumping fences. We're going to do some jumping fence. Now, if you look at the typical morning celebration, it looks like this. Behold. But have you noticed that this looks a lot like a jumping fence? Why, if only we were to leap, off that fence instead of merely rising, then suddenly our morning celebration would look a lot like a jumping fence. So if jumping fences are a bit too strenuous for you, then do the morning celebration. But Goat versus Fish is going to do 10 jumping fences to really get the verses going. In this experimentation, it's going to look like this. Jumping fences. We think so. We think we have clearance, Goat and Fish. We think we have clearance. It's a tight verses, but we believe we have clearance. 10 jumping fences, and here we verses. G O A T V S F I S H. That was 10 jumping fences. We'll do 2 more sets. We'll do 2 more sets of 10 jumping fences. Fish, 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 fish. Says it's Mouse Rat. Fish, 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 fish. But Morgan asks, can the goats win or will the fish triumph? We're going to find out. We're going to find out with your declarations and contributions and verses and polls on Goat versus Fish live on YouTube and Twitch. 10 more jumping fences. And G O A T V S F I S H. No low energy streaming here on Goat versus Fish. We're doing jumping fences. We're doing jumping fences at 8:30 in the morning. Sunshine, sunshine. Experimentation time. Experimentation time. We recommendation that you give that guitar to Goat versus Fish so you can get in 10 jumping fences. What do you say? What do you say? Experimentation. You're not getting out of this without doing at least 10 jumping fences, Sunshine.
Experimentation. Celebration. For the unification. Alright. You know what? This is what we're going to do because I believe in you.
Celebration! No, 5 fence ups, 5 fence up. We don't think it's fence ups, but Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish. We can do some push verses. Goat versus Fish will give you 5 push verses. Goat versus Fish will now give you 5 push verses. Five push verses by Goat versus Fish. Poggy Froggy can't believe Afro Man is a fence sitter. Oh, my verses got high on the fence. We've been predicting it for many years. 5 push verses from Goat versus Fish. Let's verses. The experimentation continues. That's 5 push verses. That's 5 push verses. Celebration! And 10 more jumping fences. 10 more jumping fences for Goat vs. Fish, and that will conclude our morning celebrations. 10 more jumping fences with Goat vs. Fish. And here reverses. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Sunshine, how was that morning celebration for you?
It was very exhausting. I feel very tired and I can't do stand it anymore.
You can't stand it anymore?
I can't stand it anymore.
Well, why don't Goat vs. Fish will stay standing? You could bring in the verses if you wish, and you can just take a seat, just as long as you don't sit on the fence. You can take a seat right here. You can face the congregation over here. Goat vs. Fish can remain standing, and you can just reverse. You can reverse the verses. You can reverse the chair on Goat vs. Fish.
I fell to a verse, and now the verse is telling me to stand.
Celebration! Sunshine can stand it. Sunshine can stand it. Back to work, says Fish. Back to work, says Fish. I can fix this. I wonder what the dark side of Goat vs. Fish would like. Like the Darth Goat vs. Fish, Darth Sunshine. What the opposite of Goat vs. Fish would look like? You mean like Fish vs. Goat? Like the unity of Goatfish?
Much love eventually, Gold.
Bird vs. Bear is a false versus. Bird vs. Bear is a false versus. Fish, do you amaze us so little? It's fancy, I vote Fish. Okay, Goat and Fish, and now, for more experimentation, we're going to bring back an old verses. It's time for a morning meditation.
Meditation is good for you. If you don't meditate, you end up levitating against your own will. And to prevent levitating against your own will, it's always recommended to have one meditation a verse.
Celebration Tsunami Bit, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. It's time for our morning meditation. Say, Sunshine, do you have any verses in there that are like...
Let me check.
Verses like this. Experimentation time. Ooh, sounds pretty verses. We hear a wow wow. That's closer to the verses. So let's do this. Yes. Yes, with maybe even less distortion, even if less, and just a bit more. Okay. Morning meditation time. So let's keep the picking very light, very sparse. One note, let it ring out. One note, let it ring out. One chord, let it ring out for verses. And you can do verses like slides. Meditation, yes. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, what happened to the verses? Hey, what happened to GoatVsFish? There's GoatVsFish. And now, a morning meditation of GoatVsFish. In the beginning, there was GoatVsFish, the goatfish. And GoatVsFish said that there should be goat and that there should be fish. There is no alpha or omega. There is no black or white. There is no good or evil. There is only goat. And fish. And goat versus fish. You have many questions, yes. Who is GoatVsFish? What is GoatVsFish? Why is GoatVsFish? But there is only one question. Are you goat or are you fish? Celebration for a morning meditation. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish for our morning celebration and our morning meditation. Oh, yes. And now a few special verse announcements. From Goat vs. Fish. Special verse announcements from Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish has hired a gardener, and by tomorrow's morning motivation, we think that this rough hedge that started off as a beautiful branch, some might call it even an olive branch of a piece of I Can Fix Amber Heard to Goat vs. Fish. It's just getting a bit overgrown, and we're going to trim it. Tomorrow's the trimming day, Sunshine. We're going to finally trim the verses. So enjoy the bush. Enjoy I Can Fix Amber Heard's giant bush. Because tomorrow we're trimming. We're trimming the verses tomorrow. Celebration. In other verses, Weed Pipe has been in the studio now for several weeks. Weed Pipe has been the VIP in the verses. Weed Pipe, if you would like this beautiful art of Weed Pipe mailed to you, if Weed Pipe would like to receive Weed Pipe in the mail, it will be 50 versus American dollars, and Weed Pipe, we can mail Weed Pipe to you, or we can keep it in storage of Goat vs. Fish to return at some future verses. Part of that 50 versus American dollars will go to shipping. Part of that 50 versus American dollars will go to Sunshine. Part will go to Goat vs. Fish. And part will go, of course, to none other than Hi-Fi Protege, who put in a lot of verses on this, for this creation. So if you wish to support the congregation, Hi-Fi Protege, and if you wish shipping to Weed Pipe, otherwise we will keep it in storage, and then who knows when it will show up again on Goat vs. Fish. But in any verses, Weed Pipe tomorrow, just as we retire the I Can Fix Amber Heard's bush, VIP of Weed Pipe will retire tomorrow. 100 versus American dollars. Goat and Fish, 100 versus American dollars for a new VIP slot. If that's what you've got. That's a special verse announcement from Goat vs. Fish. In other verse announcements, Carolyn Glode will join Goat vs. Fish tomorrow on the Goat vs. Fish Morning Motivational Celebration. Carolyn's coming back on the Morning Motivational. Carolyn will join us in the grand arc of Goat vs. Fish as we react to the interwebiverse. Maybe they'll play some keys. We'll just have to see. But Carolyn is going to join us for some extra commentation. It's the return of Carolyn Glode to Goat vs. Fish tomorrow on Goat vs. Fish Thursday Morning Motivation. Celebration. I Can Fix Amber Heard says, should I Can Fix Amber Heard be VIP again, the most notorious of all? It's up to you. You can be. You can send us a new picture. We can do the whole verses. It's up to you what you do. And now, a big special verse announcement. Are you ready for a big verses, Sunshine? You ready for a big verse announcement on Goat vs. Fish?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You're ready. So here's the verses. After some contemplation and some consideration, we have contemplation this. Goat vs. Fish, you can contribution to Goat vs. Fish in many ways, with subscriptions and bits and VIPs and opening secret mystery boxes and changing Sunshine from goat to fish with enough lubrication. There are many ways to support Goat vs. Fish by buying paintings of Goat vs. Fish. There are many ways to support Goat vs. Fish with many rewards. Goat vs. Fish is going to do an accumulation of all rewards. There's going to be a supreme reward of Goat vs. Fish that supersedes all the rewards of Goat vs. Fish. That every reward, every purchase, every contribution that you make to Goat vs. Fish will not only go towards the triumph of the goat, the triumph of the fish, or the obstruction of the fence, will not only go towards whatever goal it is that we are trying to achieve, but we are going to introduce a super goal on Goat vs. Fish, a super goal on Goat vs. Fish that will be constant accumulation every versus. When we reach a total from all sources, when we reach a total of 500 versus American dollars, it need not be this stream. It could be over many weeks, it could be over years. But Goat and Fish, when we reach a total of 500 versus American dollars, that will trigger a 5-hour Friday stream celebration. So if we make 500 versus American dollars in 1 week, guess what? Provided Goat vs. Fish is available, that will trigger a 5-hour Friday stream, sunshine included. Goat and Fish, if it takes 2 weeks and we slowly accumulation 500 versus American dollars over a 2 to 3 week period, once we hit that 500, it triggers a Friday stream. Now this Friday, Goat vs. Fish has another camping festa versus to go to. So if by a generous versus we get 500 this versus, then we will be putting a Friday stream in the bank. We'll be putting a Friday stream in the bank for a future versus. But whenever we reach 500 from any source, from any accumulation, Goat and Fish, it will trigger a 5-hour Friday bonus morning motivation celebration. Would any contribution count, like if I paid for VIP? Yes, I can fix Amber Heard. Why, yes, it does. If you make a 100 contribution to VIP, not only does that get you the VIP, but it also adds 100 towards the 500 versus American dollar contribution. All contributions for any versus count towards the super goal of 500 versus American dollars for a 5-hour Friday stream. It all counts towards the super goal. Big goals. Some goals are filled with tinier goals. You can take one big goal and you can break it down into smaller goals. Why, we could have a big goal, but 500 for a 5-hour stream, that seems like too big a goal to manage. Well, consider a smaller goal. Consider 100 for a VIP. Consider one gifted sub for the triumph of the goat over the triumph of the fish. It's up to you. So yes, I can fix Amber Heard. 100 for VIP will contribution to the 500 super goal to unlock a 5-hour Friday stream. Does subscriptions and bits count also? Yes, they do. Everything counts. It all counts. Sunshine, can you believe it? It all counts. And then you're like, infomercial, like, oh, wow, that's so cool. What a great deal.
Celebration to Lysergic Freak Fish.
Celebration, Lysergic Freak Fish with a gifted versus. Lysergic with a gifted versus. It all counts. Lysergic appreciation. Celebration, Lysergic appreciation for that gifted versus. That gifted versus counts towards the 500. Now, qualification. Subscriptions and gifted subscriptions cost you 6 versus American dollars. But of course, that fence of Twitch takes half the verses. They take half the verses away. So every subscription you make counts for 3 versus American dollars towards the $500 goal. It counts for 3 versus American dollars. 100 bits counts for $1. 1,000 bits counts for 10. A tip of Goat vs. Fish counts for the whole tip. And a subscription to Goat vs. Fish, gifted or otherwise, is 3. That's 3. It counts for 3 versus American dollars because what can we say? Twitch takes half the verses. Don't blame Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation, Lysergic. Goat vs. Fish, we desperately need some hydration. Sunshine, will you please entertain the congregation while we go get some hydration?
Exciting verses, everybody. We would get a Friday stream, a 5-hour Friday stream, and who knows what would happen. All we need is your facilitation in the form of assistance to get us there by any means necessary. Or not. It's a free world. You can do as you please. Yeah. I wanted to give you guys an update. I think Hi-Fi Protege might be on his way to being a hero. I can't say how, but I think those verses, the spider verses I did on the 420 occasion might have awakened a dragon inside of Hi-Fi Protege. If he so much as shows up adorned in fish-related clothing, then I might have known. I might know that he has made a difference finally. Am I starting at 10 now, by the way? Starting what?
Fair versus. I can fix Amber. Is Patreon excluded? Yes, Patreon will be excluded. Patreon will be excluded from this verses. Patreon is a separate verse. Patreon is a separate verses. That's Goat and Fish. Well, we could say this. Goat versus Fish. Yes, we will say that the patronage, the humble congregation, big part of the humble congregation, that is its own reward. However, it is its own reward. However, if we get new patrons, that make a contribution towards the goal. But yes, the Patreon is its own reward. Becoming a member of the humble congregation is its own reward.
To answer Amber Heard, I'm thinking about starting my streams at 10 a.m. For now, they'll be 2 p.m. I will, this weekend I'm not doing any Sunshine streams, but next weekend I'll be doing the Sunshine streams, but I'll keep it 2 p.m.
What am I going to do without my Sunshine streams? Oh no, is it going to be okay?
Yeah, all you have to do is step outside and eat bird eggs.
Okay.
And once you eat bird eggs,
is a bird a goat or a fish?
Better.
Is a bird goat or fish?
A bird egg can be anything you want it to be, including salmon.
Celebration for fish. And as a bonus verses, to know that Goat vs. Fish has got your back. On our way to our first 500, Goat vs. Fish is going to include all of the contributions you made on Yester vs. stream. All of Yester vs. congregation stream contributions will go towards that first 500. So let's do that calculation now. You're already ahead of the verses. So 3 versus American dollars per sub, 3 per sub. We've got 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8 subs, 3 versus American dollars. That's 24. 24 and 350. That includes Tyrus's 200. So that's 2750. 2751. Goat and Fish 2751. So Goat and Fish, we are starting our 500 versus American dollar journey at 2751 and Goat won the last verses. So we'll put this 2751 near the Goat. We'll put it near the Goat. And we will find some clever way to display this information to you, but for now it's just a critical verse that we keep track. Of everything happening on Goat vs. Fish. So we'll say 27. We're already 2751 on the way, and Lysergic Freakfish with a gifted sub for Fish, and that will add to the verses. So really we're at 3051. But Goat and Fish, as we continue, it's time. That's the first announcements of Goat vs. Fish. And now it's time to clear the board. Goat and Fish. It's time to clear the board. Celebration! It's time for our morning declarations. So let's change up. Whenever we change segments, that means it's time to change the groove, Sunshine. That's how we're doing this versus. We change the segment, we change the groove. Now that's enough of our morning declarations. So now it's time to clear the board. We change the groove. Time to clear the verses. And let us remember that Goat are currently on a win streak of 1. The Goat did triumph last verse. Time for clearance. Oh yeah. We think your cigar has been overrun by plants. Who knows what you're smoking now? What you smoking, I can fix, Amber Heard? What about you, BBH187? What's going on in the verses? John Ray, how's the celebration? Lysergic Freakfish, how goes the verses? You got any new metal you're listening to? Got any new musication recommendation? Fish streak of 2 is gone. It's Goat streak now. Oh, my verses, we've got Lysergic with another gifted verses. Lysergic with the gifted verses with another gifted verses. Celebration. Let's shred some of that. Let's not forget that metal. Let's shred some of that metal, Sunshine, for Lysergic. Celebration Lysergic Freakfish with the second gifted verses for fish. With a second gifted verses for fish. That's 2 verses for fish. That's 2 gifted verses. 2 gifted verses. Pick a fish, Lysergic Freakfish. Want to pick a fish? Feel like picking a fish? Feel like picking a fish? We've got the barracuda, the common snook, the sockeye salmon, GoatVsFish, the steelhead salmon, whale shark, mahi piranha. We've got great white shark. We've got yellowfin tuna. We've got pufferfish, rainbow trout, ranchu goldfish, sunfish, goldfish, classic shark, bluefin tuna, flatfish, blue eye goldfish, mahi. Mahi. Mahi enters the verses. Mahi Mahi enters the verses, and for the second subscription, Goat versus Fish. You know what? We're going to do the Sunfish. We're going to do it for Sunshine. We're just going to put the Sunfish in the verses for Sunshine. How about that, Sunshine? What do you think about that?
Celebration.
That's 2 subscription for Fish. That's 2 subscription for Fish. That's 2 subscription for Fish. Bringing us closer. Lysergic says, we were at the concert of Sono last week. We think this would be very Goat versus Fish. Drone metal with loud amps, letting chords ring out for many seconds. It is very meditative. It's visual, auditory, and tactile all the same verses. That sounds great. Let it ring out, let it ring out. It's beautiful. They tune to drop A and they rely on volume and feedback. That sounds like a great verses.
I might be getting my 100-watt Bodner Helios shipped over to Los Angeles.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah,
Is that a form of amplification?
yeah, it's based off a Marshall Super Lead, based off a Marshall Pletsy, but there's also another channel that's basically a Marshall JCM 800 style kind of amp, like a jumped up Marshall. So yeah, I'm getting this amp head to over to Los Angeles. I may try it out for a bit, but I'm really trying to just sell it and part ways with it.
Oh, my verses! Something's happening on Goat versus Fish.
Eventually Gold contribution $5. Celebrations for Fish.
Celebration for Fish! $5 versus American dollars, $5 versus American dollars of gold, $5 versus American dollars of gold, $5 versus American dollars of gold for Fish, $5 of gold for Fish, $5 of gold for Fish. Oh, my versus eventually gold. We still have to count all the goat and fish. So we have eventually gold. We have Lysergic Freak Fish. We have I Can Fix Amber Heard on the fence. We've got Wow Mom in the verses. We've got Sola Little the Fish. Helios, CPL Day, CPA, are you goat or are you fish? Bud Morgan's on the fence until future verses. Are you goat or are you fish? Let's get those declarations. Sola Little Fish, we got your fish. Helios, are you goat or are you fish? Goat, Helios, me too, goat. Quick declarations, and then we have an eventually gold for this $5 versus American dollars. Goat versus Fish has something to show you eventually gold. As a matter of versus Sunshine, can you, when you see a new goat or fish declaration, someone new, can you take charge of chalking up the goat and fish for a few verses, experimentation style? What do you say?
Sure. Who am I counting now?
Well, we're looking at the congregation, and we have Lysergic Freak Fish, we have Sola Little, and
Helios,
and we have Helios the goat, and we have Wow Mom the goat in the verses already.
Oh, did you count Helios?
We counted Helios goat.
Okay.
But we need TML81. We need Hexy the virus for fish.
So TML and Hetzy for fish.
Yes, we need new fish. We need new fish in the verses. And BBDH187 is fish. Because Goat versus Fish wants to do an eventually gold celebration, but we want you to be counting the goat and fish while we do. How about that? Oh, excuse Goat versus Fish. Oh, my verses.
So 3 fish. Oh yeah, Lysergic Freak Fish. I am selling the amplifier. Yeah, I'm still selling it. If you're still interested in verses. But yeah, still selling it.
Yes, be sure. We know you're doing a lot. You're holding the guitar. You're doing all kinds of verses. But when you have something to say, hit that mic.
Yeah, so Lysergic Freak Fish. Still selling the amplifier. But it may or may not come on the channel one day. And,
Oh, might as well give him a verses.
Yeah. Feel free to DM me, Music by Sunshine. and for any inquiries.
Eventually gold with 5 versus American dollars. In order for celebration, we're going to look at an Afroman versus. We know there's been a lot of Afroman lately because we love it. We love it. Afroman, a friend of Goat versus Fish, a friend acquaintance of Goat versus Fish at the very least. So, Goat and Fish, we're going to show you, in honor of Eventually Gold's 5 versus American dollar contribution, we're going to look at a very special Afroman post that reminds us of Eventually Gold. How about that? How about that? Here it is. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here comes an Afroman post that inspires Eventually Gold. That inspires Eventually Gold. That inspires Eventually Gold. Sunshine, let's let Afroman take it away. Appreciation Eventually Gold for 5 versus American dollars. Here is your gold-triggered versus. It goes like this.
Uh-oh, player haters.
Uh-oh, player haters.
That's me. I'm a player hater.
Is that so? Is that so?
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Uh-oh, player haters.
Hello.
The 2 new 2-pieces just showed up. Oh, yeah. They're going to relieve the veterans. Relieving the veterans. Hey, you know, make new friends, but keep the O. Because the O is good as good. Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
The old as good as gold, baby.
Yeah, man. Needs the walking suits. 4 walking suits. Hey, more 3 pieces on the way. Hey, I go to the laundromat every day. Every day.
Eventually Gold. Thank you for the contribution.
Haters. The 2 new 2-pieces just showed up. Oh, yeah.
One more time for
They're
Eventually
gonna relieve
Gold.
the veterans. Relieving the veterans. Hey, you know, make new friends, but keep the O. Because the O is good as good. Oh, right.
Celebration, celebration. The old as good as gold. Appreciation Eventually Gold for 5 versus American dollar contribution to Goat versus Fish. Psychic Buckeye 12 Goat. Let's get the Goat in the congregation, Sunshine. Goat in the congregation. Psychic Buckeye 12 Goat. Psychic Buckeye 12 Goat. Celebration. BBDH 187 needs another fish. We're counting a YouTube fish. We're counting the YouTube fish too. We're counting a double YouTube fish. One love for Goat versus Fish. One love for Goat versus Fish. Appreciation. Appreciation.
Do I count the BBDH YouTube fish?
We need to count. You counted the Twitch BBDH, but now we double count because if you declare Goat or Fish both on YouTube and Twitch, it counts for double the verses. So we get one BBDH Twitch fish and we get one BBDH YouTube fish.
Do I draw an identical fish or do I put it like a unique fish, a YouTube fish?
Well, you can make it a YouTube style fish, but it counts for another fish. When we're counting how many Goat and Fish are in the verses, it counts for another fish. So you at least have to make another fish. You at least have to make another fish. Goat and Fish speaking, as long as we are here looking at the Instagram of Afroman Goat versus Fish. We've pinned it, Goat and Fish. We have pinned this Afroman to the congregation here. Celebration, Goat and Fish. We have reached 300 likes on the Afroman post of Goat versus Fish. Celebration! 300 verses, 300 verses, 300 likes on the Afroman post of Goat versus Fish. I Can Fix Amber Heard will give us 301. Celebration, we're getting it done, we're getting it done.
Celebration.
Celebration, celebration, we're getting it done, Goat and Fish. We're getting it done, Goat and Fish. Celebration, 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 celebration. Big verses. 300. We were just going to come on and we were going to say, hey, everyone in the congregation, we're almost at 300. We're almost at 300, we would say. We're almost at 300. Will you please like this verses so we can get to 300? And then Goat versus Fish goes to the verses, and there it is. It's 300. We already have 300 on this verses. We already have 300 on this verses. We already have 300 on this classic verses of Goat versus Fish. On this classic verses of Goat versus Fish. You've seen it once, you've seen it twice, you're going to see it a million more verses. 300 million, 300 likes. 301 likes for Afroman versus Goat versus Fish.
appreciation. May we say to you that we appreciate.
I got high. I don't know what's going on.
Hi.
I'm
What's
happy.
going on?
I'm happy though.
We are so happy that you are happy. We are so happy that you are happy.
I think I'm at Burger King high and drunk.
Oh, Burger King is a false.
I want a Whopper like a...
Oh, please, oh, please.
Hey, well done. Let's go.
300.
I want a well done Whopper.
You use your freedom to say lemon pound cake. We exercise our freedom to say goat versus fish. We yell it from the mountaintops. We yell it from deep in the sea of the fish. And we have asked hundreds of thousands, simple ones just like you, to choose between the goat and the fish. And now it is your turn. Afro Man! Do you choose goat or do you choose fish?
I'm gonna eat both of them. Yeah.
Getting high on the fence, getting high on the fence, getting high on the fence.
Yeah, I'm eat them all, man. Man.
Get high, get the
Afro
munchies.
Man, you ain't gonna cheat me, homie.
So
You ain't gonna rip me up. I'm gonna get them all, man.
You have no preference between eating goat or fish? No preference whatsoever?
I don't know what goat tastes like. Just in case it tastes better than fish, I ain't gonna opportunity to eat. You understand me? So I'm gonna eat the goat and the fish.
Double the consumption!
What's happening? Hey, what's up, man? Come on, man.
Celebration for 300 likes on this versus.
Celebration.
We have, and that's not all. We have something like. Can we see the stats on this? Where's the goat? We'll just check goat versus fish. We'll just check here. So on this versus.
What's up, man? Come on, man.
On this versus here. Statistics time, stats time with Stonks. Looking at the Instagram of goat versus fish. This versus has refresh the verses. This versus has 301 likes, 67 comments, 13 reposts, and 90 shares. This versus has been shared 90 times, 90 times on Instagram alone. On the Book of Faces, there's 67 or 69 reactions. And on TikTok as well, this versus is doing very well for Afro Man and for Goat versus Fish. And Goat versus Fish wants to say to you, Sunshine, celebration for fish. Train wreck, celebration for fish. Train wreck, celebration for fish. Train wreck, celebration for fish. Sunshine, by all verses. Rise and sunshine. Rise and sunshine, sunshine. Going in for the count.
For fish?
For fish, that's one. Train wreck for fish. And Bunkbot is in the verses. Are you goat or are you fish? Goat versus fish will say this. Goat versus fish will say this. Oh yes, you're just jamming back there. Sunshine just jamming back there. We like that verse. That's a fun verses.
I'm ready for the answer.
Ready for the answer.
Yeah.
TML is fish. Ooh, TML is fish. TML is fish is now on YouTube as well. Let's get another fish. Let's get another fish in that verses. Another fish for TML is fish. Bunkbot says, I saw Afro Man once with just a guitar and a laptop, didn't have a set list, just asked the audience what verses to do. Oh, it was a fun verses. Can you sing me a little melody about fish? Asks Trainwreck. Sing you a little melody about fish? Okay, it goes like this. Well, wait a verses. Sunshine, you're a musication vessel over here. A little melody about fish? Take it away.
A duet about fish.
A duet melody about fish?
Yeah.
Too squeamish, too melody, a little melody on your own?
I think he wants like you to be the lead and for me to be the backup singer.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. I have my backup singer dance moves down.
Okay. Well, let's do it in fish. We'll start on fish. Fish melodies. It's a melody about the fish. It's a little melody about the fish. Fish melodies. Fish melodies. Fish melodies. It's a little melody about the fish.
Blub.
That's the verses. It's a little melody about a fish.
Celebration for fish.
Little fish melody.
So are you fish?
Ooh, Psychic Buckeye is now on YouTube as well. That's another goat. That's a YouTube goat.
Okay.
That's a YouTube goat. So goat and fish. But we want to give Sunshine. Can we get a little sunshine appreciation? Sunshine.
Sanshine reached out to GoatVsFish a few verses ago and said, "Hey, GoatVsFish, did you know that Afro Man is coming to LA? And you can get VIP tickets. You can get VIP tickets for the meet and greet. And it's in 2 dates in 2 days. It's in 3 days, GoatVsFish." So Sanshine reached out to GoatVsFish, gave GoatVsFish the information. Sanshine purchased the tickets with reimbursement from GoatVsFish for the part of GoatVsFish. But Sanshine did all the coordination of getting the tickets, of getting us there. Sanshine joined GoatVsFish, taking pictures, distributing GoatVsFish, enjoying the concert as well, of course, enjoying the celebrations. And now, out of that verses, here we have this video of Afro Man with GoatVsFish that's being spread all throughout the interwebiverse to the joy and celebration of all the goat and fish you witness. So GoatVsFish wants to give a special Sanshine appreciation. Let's get some Sanshine emotes in the congregation for Sanshine, who provided the motivation to get out there and the information to see Afro Man, which has brought us this glorious verses. Celebration for Sanshine.
Hey, thank you for the appreciation. GoatVsFish.
What do you have to say? What do you have to say about this? Who would have known, and let this be a motivation to you all, that your mere suggestion, your sending of the information, your decision to send that Afro Man information to GoatVsFish has led to this glorious interaction that has brought joy to so many goat and fish. How does it feel?
It feels very verse-ful. I feel very appreciative. I feel very very appreciated. I only stumbled on it on Instagram, and I ended up I thought about it tentatively. I was like, yeah, let's go see a show. It'd be fun to see Afro Man take some pictures, some videos. But I think once I saw the meet and greet, I'm like, oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. And that was the extent of my inner dialogue as I thought about the possibilities. And this ended up being one of them. So, celebration.
It may not seem like it, but that is cause for celebration.
Celebration. So celebration for Sanshine, whom all of you know, but you can follow at It's Sanshine on Twitch or on Instagram at Music by Sanshine. Go give him a verses. Go show your appreciation. So there's the verses. We've got 500 for fish. We have 2 subscriptions for fish. We've got goat. We've got fish. We've got a poll going on YouTube. We are moving closer. Remember, every American dollar of contribution you make to GoatVsFish for any purpose, for VIP, for any purpose whatsoever, goes towards the 500 American dollar goal. When we reach 500, it triggers a 5-hour Friday stream. Not this Friday, but on the following Friday, 5-hour Friday stream. 5-hour Fridays. 500 5-hour Fridays. 555.
Celebration.
Dragon Balls 325 says celebration to all members in the GVF congregation. And Goat and Fish, it's about time we got into the reaction portion of the verses. How about we do some reactions with GoatVsFish? Sometime, what do you say? Let's react to some verses. So let's just go to the Instagram of GoatVsFish, and let's look at some verses. Remember now, we have in the Discord of GoatVsFish, we now have a section. We have a section in the Discord of GoatVsFish now that is called Stream Submissions. It's under the section called Spread the Verses. So if you want to join the Discord and make a recommendation, we might not get to it now, but we'll get to it in a future verses. GoatVsFish is now going to look at the bookmarks of GoatVsFish. We're going to look at the bookmarks of GoatVsFish, and we're going to start some reaction. Let's do some fish reaction. Let's do some fish reaction. Let's do some fish. This is a lot of fish from long ago. Goat and fish. We looked at this versus Goat and fish. How about this? How about the All-Verse-American fishing? Check out the All-Verse-American fishing situation over here.
Oh, yeah. Listen, when you come down here or down south and you come fishing, you need to bring two things. Your banjo, so you can catch fish. And you need to bring your nunchucks. Because down here, for us catch and release fishermen, we like to launch the fish back in the water as soon as possible. Now you gotta put it on him.
I did.
We think that might be a playfish. We think that might be a playfish. It looked like a playfish to GoatVsFish. Did that look like a playfish to you, Sunshine? You're a fish here. Did that look like a playfish?
I don't know if the playfish was playing bad. I think the playfish might have been hurt.
You think so? GoatVsFish does not think it. Look how it floats atop the sea of the fish. We think that's a playfish. And look how it doesn't flex around when it gets hit. It just sort of stays versus. So we think it might be a playfish.
Maybe it's tired of playing. It's all tutted out.
Well, let's take one more look at that.
Got one. Oh yeah.
Look, it's not squiggling about, or look, it's such a straight fish. It looks like a playfish.
Listen, when you come down here or down south and you come fishing, you need to bring two things. Your banjo, so you can catch fish. And
we've never seen a fish. When a fish jumps out of the water, usually it's like wants to versus the goat, so it's like going, oh, I'm bursting. But this fish does not seem to be versing about, so we think it's just a playfish.
It's a paid actor.
Sunshine, are you making an accusation that this is what do they call those verses? What do they call those verses? The false fence operations. They're paid crisis actor. This is a crisis actor fish.
Yes.
Sunshine accuses their fellow fish of being a crisis actor down south in Verse America.
And you need to bring your nunchucks. Because down here, for us catch and release fishermen, we like to launch the fish back in the water as soon as possible. Now you gotta put it on him.
Crisis actor. Crisis fish. Crisis fish. Crisis fish. New technology used to versus the fish. Nunchucks? Dragon Ball 325 says that's a fence fish. BBDH187 says low effort performance. They must be fence. It seems that the congregation isn't into this versus at all. They're rejecting this versus. They're versus of rejection for this banjo nunchuck fish catching release technology. We've got the congregation. The congregation has turned against you, Banjo 757. The congregation has turned against you. Oh, my verses. Sunshine. You're, as we now see, now we're going to look for the next verses. And so now you provide, now you give your bonus commentation while GoatVsFish searches for the next verses.
This paid actor fish might be the one that first started the verses between the fish and fish in fighting. So since there is a fish domination, that's can potentially happen, I would say a fish unification might be contingent on doing something about the playfish, the crisis actor fish.
Ah, you think so?
Yes, so that way we can unify fish and verse the goat and take down mid fence. However, if they so much as recruit a goat, then that goat might also be considered a crisis actor.
Well, it could be a goat playing fish. Could be a goat just pretending to be a fish.
So that would be a goat pretending to be a fish.
Hi-Fi Protege says Sunshine sucks.
How original.
Hi-Fi Protege, are you goat or are you fish? Speaking of, well, let's just go through all the verses. Let's look at this Brazilian town.
Hi-Fi.
Let's look at this Brazilian town.
Yeah.
It goes a bit like this.
Hi-Fi.
Fish news. Fish news.
The town in Brazil that was saved by a tiny little fish. Every year they throw a huge festival just to celebrate this little guy. You see that? It's super cute. This is the cardinal tetra. I guarantee you.
Oh, my verses.
This is the town in Brazil that was saved by a tiny little fish. Every year they throw a huge festival just to celebrate this little guy. You see that?
Celebration for fish.
Super cute. This is the cardinal tetra. I guarantee you have seen this fish before. You can get them at the pet store for like a couple dollars each. And we went to see where they came from. We flew deep into the Amazon and took a little canoe through the flooded forests of the Rio Negro.
Hey, Amazon, that's where I get my stuff.
It's like a tropical swamp. This is our guy, Deco. He catches pet fish for a living. He's like a pet fisherman, fisher of men of pets.
Pet fisherman of pets of fish. What are they trying to be, goat versus fish? Are they trying to talk like goat versus fish over here? Pet fisherman, fish of pets. Goat and fish, we know sometimes it can be hard to watch the catching of fish, but catching a fish is a big part of the verses, so we're not going to shy away from showing you some fish news. Apologization to any who are watching the catching of fish and going, oh no, not the catching of fish. We understand, but here on Goat vs. Fish, let's get your reaction. If you are horrified by the catching of the fish, then let's see your horrific verses in the congregation of Goat vs. Fish. Lysergic Freakfish says, as a former keeper of fish, this is a very common fish. It isn't, as they say. Hi-Fi Protege says, I'm a goat pretending to be fish.
Self-promo.
I'm a goat pretending to be fish. That sounds like fence.
Self-promo alert.
Self-promo alert. Oh, my verses. Hi-Fi Protege with the self-promo alert.
Oh, my God. He's self-promoting.
Oh, my verses. Guys, I have news. I'm organizing a huge comedy art music event, 5/12/26. Please ask them if they are goat or fish. Brewyard, Los Angeles. Well, it may be. Hi-Fi Protege sent a message to Goat vs. Fish, said, hey, do you and Sunshine want to be on this show on 5/12/26? And we said, maybe. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about the verses.
It's the first time hearing about it. In that case, yeah, self-promotion, yeah.
Celebration.
Yeah, self-promotion.
Celebration or self-promotion, 5/12/26. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at 5/12/26 in the calendar of Goat vs. Fish.
Yeah.
Goat vs. Fish is looking at 5/12.
What was the name of that fish again that they were catching? Is it called?
Cardinal Tetra.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
So Goat vs. Fish on 5/12, that's a Two's Versus. Two's Versus Brewyard Beer Company. Goat vs. Fish could do an appearance. Goat vs. Fish could do a show. Sunshine, you want to do some kind of show on 5/12 at the Hi-Fi Protege situation here in Los Angeles somewhere?
Where is it?
Where is it? It's at the Brewyard Beer Company in Glendale.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Celebration, count us in for the verses.
Yeah.
We booked it on Goat vs. Fish. 5/12 in Glendale near Pasadena, but it's not. It's Glendale. Goat vs. Fish. Hi-Fi Protege with the self-promotion is promoting Goat vs. Fish and Sunshine. We'll do a verses.
Hi-Fi needs to pay me in Cardinal Tortas.
Cardinal Tortas, fish sandwich?
Yeah, Cardinal Tortas.
We've done it, Goat and Fish.
Fisher. Anyway, Deco's been doing this job since he was a teenager. He says these fish basically rescued the local economy because for a long time...
Wow, they rescued a whole economy? Stonks would be very impressed by that.
Ooh, what does he have to say about that?
Stonks is in a bag somewhere.
Oh, okay.
We think Stonks might be in there. Stonks might be in there, the outermost. We think it might be under the meditation.
Is this the island he was talking about where his name gets redacted from on a daily basis?
Oh, we think it's not an island. We think it's somewhere in the Amazon.
Yeah, he pitched a subscription service that redacts your name every time the files leak. So every time it leaks, it automatically redacts your name. And he's pitching it to a software company so we can all get our names redacted.
It's Fish to the rescue! It's Fish to the rescue! It's a great new bold economic plan. You can rescue the entire economy using only fish. We're going to rescue the First American economy. We know that there's been a choke point on fish oil imports. But guess what? We can just squeeze our own fish oil. We can rescue the entire First American economy with fish. We'll trade in fish. We'll make a fish coin. The currency will become fish. The stock market will just be fish stocks everywhere. Everyone will get a job in fish. We'll either catch the fish, we'll feed the fish, we'll groom the fish. We'll get fish massages where they nibble off all of your dead skin. It's going to be a great versus. Fish can rescue the economy. However, it seems like the economy might be experiencing a goat turn. the goats might be trying to cause an economic disruption, but that's okay. The fish market remains strong, and we're going to save the economy with fish. Yeah. That was Stonks. That was Stonks reporting. That was Stonks with their 3 cents about the verses.
They were unique to these waters. Look at the water here. It is brown. It is acidic. It looks like tea. It actually is a kind of tea. It's like a rainforest tea. It's just
sounds delicious to Goat versus Fish.
Sounds suspicious.
Rainforest soaks in the water and makes it brown. So when Deco was growing up, this part of Brazil was more or less single-handedly responsible for the entire world supply of these little fish, of these.
So fish propagation, this fish, just as Goat versus Fish becomes so popular throughout the entire universe, these fish were once in one place, and because they are such a beautiful and pretty and economically fruitful fish, now they're all over the entire planet versus in goat everywhere. These fish are versus in goat in all corners of the globe. Pretty impressive.
They're versing a net right now.
Well, it is a fence. A net is sort of like a fence, isn't it?
So once they're born, they're put into a fence. So they're confused as to where their roots are from a very young age.
They may be confused. There is confusion. There may be confusion, but we don't want to entirely take away the agency of the fish either. Of course, we can look at this verses and we can say that they are being captured by the fence and they are being hauled away to other places, and this is sad for a fish. But Goat versus Fish and the verses of Goat versus Fish, we can also, with our looking at the universe through a lens of Goat versus Fish, say that these fish have used their beauty to manipulate the fence sitter into sharing them across all corners of the globe so that they can versus the fish as the fish, so that the goat can versus the fish, so these fish can go and versus the goat all around the universe. So maybe this is all part of Fish's plan to manipulate Big Fence into sharing the fish all around the globe so they can versus goat.
This is the sneaky
Big
way of
Fish
getting
plan.
real estate. This is a sneaky way of getting real estate and driving up the housing market so goats can't be adopted.
But Hammond says, no nets, no fences, only free fish. Free the fish. Free the fish. But we'll tell you one verse is, these fish ain't free. These fish ain't free. These fish ain't free. They're not saving their economy with free fish, though we think you probably could if you were clever about it.
Cardinal tetras. We're talking hundreds of millions of them just
millions of fish
out of the water over the years.
Millions
they were
of
the
fish.
main source of income for this town. Ergo,
And then the goats start complaining about immigration, and they say, oh, no, we need to keep the fish out of America.
all the celebrating. But
Send the fish back to Africa, they say.
don't let the party vibes deceive you. These days, fishermen like Deco are really struggling. There's a whole new chapter to their story. It's a story about what happens when a town that is known as the town where you get this thing suddenly faces competition on a global scale. And I think it helps you understand the plight of struggling towns in a lot of places.
Competition.
For more on this, we made a whole episode. It's on the Planet Money podcast.
So there's some competition. There's now competition for fish. They're struggling out there. They're struggling out there. The verses change. Goat versus fish for random stoner nerd. He says, hi, Sunshine, fish. Fish us up, Sunshine. Fish us up, Sunshine. Celebration for fish. Sunshine is really earning their verses. Getting on the board of Goat versus Fish. Let's get a fish and put a fence up there for Hi-Fi Protege, because Hi-Fi Protege said they were like a fish disguised as a goat or some such verses, and that means Hi-Fi Protege. Just so you can draw a little hi-fi fence creature down there. So that was NPR Planet Money, which again is a very stonks coded kind of verses with some fish news. There's so much reaction we could be doing on Goat versus Fish. Let's look at Afroman's. Let's look at more Afroman. It's Afroman's thoughts on marriage. How's that going to be about fish? Let's find out.
Do you believe in marriage as a construct?
I do, I believe in, look here, homie. Look
We're talking about the unity of GoatFish.
here. I seen a teacher whisper in somebody's ear. He go, tell it to the person behind you. He started at the end of the class. And they Pac-Man this shit up and down the aisle. And by the time it got over there, it was nothing like what he said over here.
Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever said goat and then someone heard fish, or you said fish and someone heard goat, or you said goat versus fish and they say, did you say fish versus goat?
You see what I'm saying? So, like, what did God really say? Who really wrote the Bible? Like,
Well, actually, we don't know what God said because we asked God if God was goat or fish, and they haven't said anything to goat versus fish. Who wrote the Bible? In the beginning. In the beginning, there was goat versus fish.
like, marriage is cool, but maybe you didn't even, like, what the hell? If I like a girl and she like me, we should go together. And what I like about this is, soon as she stopped loving me and stopped doing right, I can do the same. Now, where all this paperwork come in at? You know what I'm saying? Oh, she can go suck everybody's dick, but I still got to pay her. And no, that sounds like a bad deal.
Goat and fish. We will say this. We will say this. It is true if you wish. Goat versus fish has two verses with Afro Man here. You may consecration your unification with any paperwork that you wish. Goat versus fish has witnessed this many times, and it is always a celebration. Goat versus fish is not here to denunciation any consecration of any unification with any litigation between any goat or fish, or two goat or two fish. We say form unification however you wish. However you wish to do your verses, that is up to you, as long as it's a mutual and consensual verses. Goat versus fish accepts this, and you can have a unification, and you can do it in any verses you wish, in any verses you wish. But Goat versus Fish will say this. Goat versus Fish will say this. You can make it written however you wish. You can make it written however you wish. However, the true unification is not because it's written on a piece of paper. It's not because it was written. It's because the goat and the fish, two goat, even two fence sitters who want to get together, whatever the verse is. The verse is between the goat and the fish. The verses is between the goat and the fish. The verses is between the goat and the fish. That is the connection. The most critical verses of any unification or any verses is the relationship between the goat and the fish. So you may sign whatever papers you wish, and what you do is up to you. But remember, what makes the verses grow is your relationship to goat, your relationship to fish. That's what the verses is all about. And if you want to deny that from Goat versus Fish, then Goat versus Fish will not hesitation to verses about this. Again, it is about the connection between the goat and the fish. It's about the congregation talking to Goat versus Fish. It's about Sunshine in conversation with Goat versus Fish. It's about Hi-Fi Protege. It's about Psychic Buckeye 12. It's about Ham Odds. It's about BBDH 187. It's about Lysergic Freak Fish. It's about all of us having a conversation together, knowing one another, learning and growing together, celebrating the universe of Goat versus Fish. It's about all of you goat and fish and fence sitters in the congregation. That is the true verses. If you want to sign about it, you can. And Goat versus Fish also says, indeed, if a goat and fish form unification, but then one of the goat or maybe the fish wants to start a verses again, then the unification does not maintain. You are free to form unification, but the goat and fish should also be free to verses if they wish, if they want to be free to verses if they wish. But sometimes all of that fence work, all that legal fence work can get in the way of a goat and a fish who no longer wish to form unification anymore. And why would you want to maintain a forced unification when you could just be free to verses? Sunshine, do you have any ponderings on this? We know it's a pretty serious verses, but if you have anything to share, it is up to you. Do you have anything to say about this verses? Hot takes. They love hot takes on the interwebiverse.
Who says they're even versing to begin with?
Who says they're even versing?
Yeah.
Well, what if they tell you that they're versing?
I mean,
they're like, we're versing. They're like, hey, we're versing over here.
We would have to see it for ourselves. Otherwise, we can't take it at face value. We have to see the versing.
So you like to watch, is what you're saying.
I like to watch verses. I like to hear verses. I like to taste verses. I like to smell verses from behind.
Ooh.
And if there's no versing, then I ain't cursing.
There you have it. Take it away, Afro.
I was just thinking, like, I could have a whole bunch. I got this one girl right now. She does everything right. She caters to me. She cooks. She brings my food to me. She sews my buttons on my suits when I pop them. I'll go talk to some other girls. They'll be like snorting and drinking and loud and using the N-word. And you know what? There's a side of me that feels like I want to be with this chick.
You want to be with not the crazy one, but the one who helps you out with your...
Yeah. If two people want to be with each other, they'll be with each other. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If she wants to be with you, she'll be with you.
If the goat wants to versus the fish and the fish wants to versus the goat, they versus. If the goat and fish want to form unification, they can.
And she might only want to be with you 6 months. She might only want to be with you a year. She might only want to be with you 2 years. Me and my homies from 83rd, we still homies to this day. We go over each other's house because we want to be over there. We've been friends 30 whatever.
And you are in the stream of Goat versus Fish because you want to be here. Celebration for the congregation. You want to be here. Oh, four viewers on YouTube, 20 viewers on Twitch. It's a 420 celebration.
Ooh.
Celebration. 40 years. We want to go over each other's house. We want to crack them beers. We want to shake each other's hand and play our music. We want to see each other. And when a girl want to see you and you want to be with her, that's marriage to me. All these paperwork and all these strangers that come into your life telling you you need to give her this and that and that. There's a side of me at 51 years old in 2026 that thinks something is fishy.
Do you believe?
Something's fishy. We told you it was a fish versus. Those who doubted Goat versus Fish, we told you it was a fish versus. It was a fish versus. Afro Man thinks something's fishy. Afro Man thinks something's fishy.
Something's fishy.
Something's fishy. Something's fishy. Something's fishy in this unification, says Afro Man. Hi-Fi Protege just. You won the YouTube poll? Oh, we told Sunshine about the YouTube poll yesterday versus. Yes, Sunshine. Hi-Fi Protege is reminding you that in the 420 celebration, that Goat won the who's higher, Goat or Fish, that Hi-Fi Protege Goat. It was not even just Goat, it was Hi-Fi Protege Goat got more votes than Sunshine Fish in the 420 YouTube poll about who's higher, the Goat or the Fish. And Hi-Fi Protege is tearing into Sunshine. Tell him again from the beginning. Why don't you tell Sunshine, Hi-Fi Protege? Nice lean.
I don't think Hi-Fi Protege was telling me anything. I think he was just reciting what had already happened a few days ago. Like he was realizing it for the first time, even though it happened right in front of him at that very second. I guess he was 99% buffering for 4 days straight, and now he just attained 100. And that's a celebration for Hi-Fi Protege. And he was able to recall and realize these verses 4 days later. Still late to the party, but you showed up regardless. And for that, it's a victory for Hi-Fi Protege. We should celebrate that.
Do you think that Hi-Fi Protege had a beginner's advantage in the 420 verses of who's higher, the Goat or the Fish, because Hi-Fi has high in the name of Hi-Fi Protege? Was this a struggle for you to overcome, Sunshine?
Oh, you mean the getting high verses on the land of the weed and the sea of the
yes.
goat?
It was, who's higher, the Goat or the Fish? But Hi-Fi already has Hi-Fi in the name. Did you find this a challenge to overcome?
Oh,
was it an advantage
It wasn't that much of a challenge. I mean, Hi-Fi, it made sense. Even watching it back, I'm like, oh, Hi-Fi is definitely much higher. And whether it
you
was...
admit this?
Oh, yeah, whether it was the sentence structure, whether he couldn't even get up and crouch in front of the camera when I showed him the hero verses.
Oh.
He was couched locked to the chair.
Ah.
He was practically comatose. So if there's a Olympics for who's in the longest coma, I would say Hi-Fi Protege would win the coma Olympics.
Fascination.
Yeah.
Fascination. Let's keep looking at these verses. So that's a lot of fish verses.
That's a lot of fish verses. So let's go now. But we think we have to show you goat versus fish. Goat and fish. We got to show you this verses. There's other verses, but oh my celebrations.
He found an injured fish on the ocean floor and fed it crabs every day. He even gave it gentle kisses as it recovered. You see, the crab protein combined with human saliva triggered a cellular mutation. 30 years later, the fish is still there, but it's no longer a pet. It's a sentient, high-speed underwater jet ski. He's now the fastest man in the ocean, but the fish is currently suing him for back pain. He found an
based on a true verses. Wow. Can you believe what's going on out there in the verses of fish? This goat wanted to grow the fish into some kind of riding mechanism, and so it fed it fence food, and now the fish is suing the goat? It's crazy what's happening out there on Goat versus Fish.
This is what happens when you allow the goats to make a high-speed railway. They cause back problems for fish.
Cause back problems for fish. Critical versus. Bigger goat versus fish. More sunshine. More goat versus fish. More verses.
Injured fish on the ocean floor and fed it crabs every day. He even gave it gentle kisses as it recovered.
Who wants kisses? One's in the congregation if you want gentle kisses. One's in the congregation if you're a fish and you want gentle kisses. One's in the congregation if you're a fish and you want gentle kisses. Dragon Balls, so you're a fish? From who? I can fix Amber Heard. There's no stipulation. It's just if you want gentle.
From Hi-Fi Protege.
Oh, you're kissing on behalf of Hi-Fi? You're kissing on behalf of Hi-Fi?
Hi-Fi is going to be kissing the congregation one by one.
Oh, watch this. So watch this. We were talking about this earlier. Time for more experimentation. More experimentation. More experimentation. Well, you can keep the verses if you wish. So,
right.
So more experimentation like this. So here, Sunshine has been leaning ever so expertly. But what if we did this? Can you give a lift to Goat versus Fish here?
Oh.
Do it versus like this, and then you bring it into Goat versus.
You could have also moved the camera up, but yeah, that's fine.
Oh. We don't want to do that. Goat versus Fish doesn't want to do that. Oh, but we're doing this. We're doing it like this because then look how they can see the board in between.
Shall we charge the congregation for kisses from Hi-Fi?
Only if Hi-Fi consents. Hi-Fi consents.
He's a cardinal daughter. He'll consent.
I can fix Amber Heard. We'll take a kiss from Hi-Fi. What do you say? How much for Hi-Fi Protege? If I consent to what? For giving kisses to fish.
Just say you consent to everything, Hi-Fi, and ask later.
Mr. Quacksard celebration. Are you goat? Or are you fish? Kisses. Kisses for fishes.
See, the crab protein combined with human saliva triggered a cellular mutation. 30 years later, the fish is still there, but
it's a mahi-mahi. It's lysergic freak fish's mahi-mahi celebration.
Lysergic freak fish.
It was foretold, lysergic freak fish. It was foretold, the mahi-mahi was foretold.
Celebration.
Remember, Goat and Fish, we have a new super goal. If we reach 500 versus American dollars, it doesn't have to be this stream. Every stream, we're just going to accumulate every bit, every tip, every contribution, every subscription. It's all going to count. It's all going to count towards the super goal of 500 versus American dollars. When we reach 500, it triggers a Friday stream, a 5-hour bonus morning motivational Friday stream. Contributions large and small, every versus American dollar you send to Goat versus Fish goes towards this $500 goal, Patreon excluded. Anything that any contribution that are made on stream, any contributions made on stream, or let us suppose you drop 100 for a VIP purchase, or let us suppose that we have some secret toy that we want to reveal to you, and we're opening the verses,
And so you give us $45 versus American dollars to do a new toy reveal. That also counts towards the $500 versus American dollars. It all counts. So let it be written that when you make contributions to Goat vs. Fish, it brings you more Goat vs. Fish. And that's what you want, isn't it? You want more Goat vs. Fish. That's what you want. Navy Vet is right. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Says, is the Southern Poverty Law Center goat or fish? They were fishing in Charlottesville with fake fence supremacists, fake white supremacists to fish Trump for a comment and the bit Trump is definitely a fish. We do have a Trumpy trout over here. We have definitely seen Trump being fish. As for the verses of the Southern Poverty Law Center, if Trumpy trout is versing anyone or anything, we suspect deception. We'll just say that versus. Why trust the fish? The fish it has been such a deceiver in previous verses that Goat versus Fish, deception. We suspect deception every versus.
It's no longer a pet. It's a sentient, high-speed underwater jet ski. He's now the fastest man in the ocean, but the fish is currently suing him for back pain.
Who's gonna win, Sunshine? Who do you think has the better case here, the fish or the goat? One's in the congregation if you think that the fish is going to win in this trial. Two's in the congregation if you think that the goat has the verses. Because remember, the goat did nurse this fish back to health with the fence meat. So the goat did provide a service to the fish, but now the fish is suing the goat for back pain for riding the fish. Is the goat entitled to ride the fish if it nurses it back to health? One's if you think the fish has this versus. Two's if you think that the goat are having this versus. Dragon Ball 325 says the goat's going to take the versus.
The fish needs to do more deadlifts.
So you think the fish needed to take better care of itself?
Yeah.
So if the fish was neglecting, yes, that would be a versus. What if the fish was neglecting its own health? And that is why it blames the goat. It blames the riding goat. But the goat was supporting the health of the fish for such a long versus. Hammod says goat has the verse. Even Hammod says that goat has the verses. DJ Pasty says goat has the verses. DJ Pasty is goat. DJ Pasty usually chooses goat. Sunshine, can we get a goat on the verses? It's so great watching Sunshine just have to keep getting up and managing the board of Goat versus Fish. Such a powerful versus. Makes a noise for Sunshine. Sunshine. It's a goat for DJ Pasty. DJ Pasty goat. Sunshine, 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 sunshine. Ooh, Hammods with the sunshine emotes. Hammods with the sunshine. Ooh, Hammods is using the sunshine emote in the chat of Goat versus Fish. How about that?
Ooh.
You see, you get rewarded. You get
They've been doing
rewarded
it for a while.
You get rewarded.
They've all been using the sun goo sunshine emotes.
Dragon Ball says this is a big fence. You have to give a bit to break it. One bit to break the fence, says Dragon Balls. There's the fence. One bit to break it. Oh, bring it in. We want them to be able to see your face in your natural position. So bring the chair even closer to Goat versus Fish. Yes, we want you to. Yes, you see? Now you see. Yes, we want them to naturally see. Let the sun shine. Let the sun shine in. The sun shining. So that's some fish verses. But let's go look at some goat. Let's look at some goat.
Are we getting hi-fi kisses or what?
Or what?
Yeah.
Or what? Well, I can fix Amber Heard wants a kiss. Hi-fi, are you charging for these kisses? Are you charging for kisses? Oh wait, we've got a critical verses here.
Yeah, but you're charging for it under the Goat versus Fish umbrella. Hi-fi.
We've got a critical verses here, Goat and Fish. It's of the Ding Dong Show. Hey, why won't you show us the verses? Okay, we'll open in a new verse. Of the Ding Dong Show, it's Don Barris wearing the unification shirt of Goat versus Fish.
Celebration.
Don Barris is gassing up, and look, they're saying happy birthday, Don Barris. Happy birthday, Don Barris from the Ding Dong Show. And on the Ding Dong birthday show, Don Barris wore the unification shirt of Goat versus Fish. Oh, it was a celebration. Celebration. As a matter of Goat versus Fish, Sunshine, will you please have a conversation with the congregation while Goat vs. Fish prepares. We think we should go over the Ding Dong Show because we have some stories. We have some Instagram stories about the Ding Dong Show.
Oh, yeah.
So why don't you tell them about the show and while Goat vs. Fish prepares, because we have to dig the old stories out of the verses. So you just.
The Ding Dong Show on Monday started at 10:30 p.m. It was a very late versus, but I showed up anyway. I got pretty lucky because usually they have a 2-drink minimum, but no one came up to me to ask me for drinks. So I saved a little versus American dollars in that aspect. However, it was Don Barris's birthday. He showed up in a little sash that said birthday prize or something, and he had balloons tied to him. He essentially had Goat vs. Fish open. Goat vs. Fish came up and he did it's Goat vs. Fish, and then he did the songs. And it was a great time. He brought this fish along. This fish was wearing a glow stick around its neck, like a glow necklace. And that was pretty eventful versus right there. They had a variety of people show up, come up into comedy. They had Jean-Luc on the keyboards. He was great. They had David. He went up and he was great also. Genia, the Russian dominatrix, went up. And instead of the dominatrix bit, she did like they were doing an improv thing. I don't know if they're planning that for the Netflix is a joke show. But then Hi-Fi Protege showed up. He wasn't performing on the show, but that didn't stop him from bringing his guitar with him. I don't know why he brought his guitar with him, but he just did.
Here we have appreciation for the recap. Here we have, this was not from the show, but this was our promo for the show. Don's birthday Ding Dong Show at the Comedy Store, Monday, 10:30 p.m. PST. Oh, by the verses, next Ding Dong Show will not be at the Comedy Store Los Angeles. It's going to be on a Zoom call that will be broadcast on the Ding Dong Show YouTube and Twitch. So after we are done showing you this show, we will give a shout out to the Ding Dong Show YouTube and Twitch channel, and you can get in the congregation and be like, hey, we love Goat vs. Fish. Netflix is a joke. Next Monday, there's going to be a special event at the Comedy Store Los Angeles. So it'll be a virtual Ding Dong Show. But then the following Monday, May the 4th, is indeed Goat vs. Fish on the Ding Dong Show on the Netflix is a Joke Fest. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish on Netflix is a Joke Fest versus celebration.
Sure.
Big celebration. That's the Ding Dong Show. That's the Ding Dong Show we're talking about here. And here, Goat and Fish, Don Barris Ding Dong Show. So we wanted to get a gift for Don. So one of the gifts we got was this Goat vs. Fish Excellence Chocoverse, a touch of sea salt from the Sea of the Fish.
Ooh, choking verses from Goat vs. Fish.
Goat vs. Fish Excellence. GVF is going to be on Netflix. Well, we're going to be on the Netflix is a Joke Fest. And what Netflix chooses to do with the footage that they get, we don't know. But we can still say that Goat vs. Fish was on Netflix. That's a fair versus. Even if they don't broadcast it, we're on the Netflix is a Joke Festiverses. We're performing a show on a Netflix show. We're on a Netflix show. Even if they don't broadcast it anywhere, it's still Goat vs. Fish is still on a Netflix show. So Goat vs. Fish will be on Netflix. And surprise announcement, Goat vs. Fish will also be on the Valley Comedy is a Joke Fest. More details to be determined.
Celebration.
And that's also part of the Netflix Festiverses. Goat vs. Fish Excellence. Goat vs. Fish Excellence. A gift for Don Barris. And we arrive, imagine to the surprise of Goat vs. Fish. We arrive to Don's birthday show. And what is Don wearing? They're wearing the shirt of the unification of Goat vs. Fish.
Celebration.
Legendary Comedy Store closer Don Barris on their special birthday wearing the shirt of Goat vs. Fish, and we got a picture together. The shirt of Goat vs. Fish is, of course, available. ! Merch
on the store of Goat vs. Fish. It's still going for 25 versus American dollars. It's a steal. It's a bargain. A shirt for 25 versus American dollars in this versus. So there was Don going for the T-shirt world record, wearing the unification shirt of Goat vs. Fish. Sunshine, what's it like seeing two unifications right next to each other?
Which one is the real unification?
Oh, it's all big unification. What, like you would ask which one's the real Goat vs. Fish if you saw two Goat vs. Fish shirts?
Yeah, which one's the real Goat vs. Fish? Which one's the real unification?
Oh, you're having trouble telling which one's Don Barris and which one's Goat vs. Fish?
Yeah, I can't tell unifications apart.
Oh, we see. Well, if you actually look at the verses, if you look closely at this verses, you will see that they are two slightly different unification prints. Look at the color of the horn of the goat. On one of the verses, the horns have a color differentiation in the horn of the goat, and on the other verses, there is no differentiation in the horn color of goat.
That's not the Comedy Store lighting?
That's not the Comedy Store lighting. That is Goat vs. Fish telling you that we have had multiple prints of the unification shirt, and these are two distinct prints, two different printers of the unification shirt. So that's how you can tell them apart.
Also, the tail is a little more truncated on Don's shirt.
Well, it might just be covered by the birthday sash.
Oh, no, the goat tail.
Oh, the goat tail. Oh, we think it's just wrapping around Don's glorious, glorious body. We think it's just wrapping around Don's glorious, glorious, cute girl body. That's what we think.
Nice.
It's a wraparound versus. So Goat vs. Fish was so pleased. And then, of course, when Don Barris goes down to the original room to close out the Comedy Store, they are still wearing the unification shirt of Goat vs. Fish, showing them all the unification. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Hi-Fi had the guitar because you usually perform with it. It's what guitarists do, Sunshine. They perform with guitars. Oh, wow. That's a dig. That's a Sunshine dig.
Was he to perform at the Ding Dong show?
We didn't see it happen.
But was he going to?
We don't know. We don't think so.
So he was not going to perform with the guitar.
Here is the...
And you showed up with it, so something's not aligning.
Here's the, for the record, Happy Birthday, Don, signed by all the members of the Ding Dong Show. And you can see there in the ridges, in the rims, no one else dared sign within these little rings on the inside. But Goat vs. Fish knew that this was premium versus. Celebration for Don from Goat vs. Fish. And then the Ding Dong Show written under the verses. Happy birthday, Don. For the record, happy birthday. Happy birthday for the record. Happy birthday for the record. Next verses. And here we have, so Dawn likes to be called, and Sunshine can attest to this, Dawn likes to be called the prettiest girl. Dawn loves to be called the prettiest girl. This is no mockery. This is a true verses. Dawn is the prettiest girl. Goat vs. Fish. In this verses, Don Barris is a goat. Don Barris frequently declares goat. So we suppose that a girl is a goat. Because if Don is the prettiest girl and Don is a goat, then they must be the prettiest girl goat. So celebration. So here is Don smiling. Look, with a bag of Goat vs. Fish filled with gifts of Goat vs. Fish. As a matter of verses, we could even watch the whole performance of Goat vs. Fish on the live stream of Goat vs. Fish. Maybe we'll save that. Maybe we'll save that for another verses. We could actually review that whole verses. Maybe we'll watch it. Maybe we'll watch it with Carolyn tomorrow. We'll watch the actual set. Tomorrow on Goat vs. Fish, we'll watch the Ding Dong Show Don Barris birthday set. So there's Don Barris with the Goat vs. Fish bag, the Goat vs. Fish shirt, looking so pleased. Cast picture. We thought, well, let's just give a shout out to the Ding Dong Show cast, and there are so many of them. All around at the Comedy Store Los Angeles. Picture taken by Goat vs. Fish. What a cast. Glorious verses. Jean-Luc, Jenya, David Moore, Jimmy Mayhem, Don Barris, Cynthia Brazil, The Smokin' Mary Jane, Twin Doss, Don Barris, Celebration, 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 celebration. And a special guest in the corner of Goat vs. Fish, a special guest there in the corner of Goat vs. Fish. Who's that special guest? Find out on the next stream of Goat vs. Fish. Find out on the next verses of Goat vs. Fish. Oh, Dawn. Oh, Dawn, giving you the fence. There's Dawn giving you the fence. There's Dawn giving you the fence. There's Dawn giving you the fence. Hey, Dawn, we think you're so funny. Dawn just gives you the fence. Hey, Dawn, I love your movie Windy City Heat. Dawn just gives you the fence. Dawn likes giving you the fence. Do you feel offended? Do you feel offended?
I feel like he's about to lick his finger.
Oh, something tasty?
Yeah, he's about to put his finger in his mouth. He's about to lick it, and he's like curious about the taste of what's on his finger.
Celebration, celebration. For Fraser Smith. Hi-Fi Protege just couldn't contain it until next stream. It's Fraser Smith, everyone. Celebration, celebration. It was a test. Goat vs. Fish was testing you, Hi-Fi Protege, to see if you remembered the name of Fraser Smith. And you passed. Celebration, celebration for Hi-Fi Protege. He was right there. He was right there.
Hi-Fi's the kind of person to invite me to my own surprise party.
Invitation? Would you accept it?
I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore, but I would show up and be like, yay.
You've been listening to KLOS since '98. Is Fraser Smith part of? Give us the Fraser Smith. Give us the Fraser Smith lore. Goat vs. Fish. Don Barris Unification birthday ding dong show. Don Barris giving you the fence, and here is some music by Sunshine on Instagram posted. Let's get a little Goat vs. Fish on the Ding Dong Show preview. How about that?
Goat vs. Fish brings the verses to you. We promise the.
There it is. There's the fish. There's the fish with the fish with the ring. We saw a lot of that in the desert festiverses at the desert rave. We saw a lot of fish wearing glow verses just like that. So this is what's going on. This is what's going on at the Ding Dong Show. Everyone's clapping along with Goat vs. Fish.
Goat vs. Fish brings the verses to you.
And there we are. There's that witty girl and Michelle Cumin with Goat vs. Fish at the Comedy Store, licking on those cakes. There's that witty girl licking on that cake, as they are known to do. And Michelle looking very shy, looking very coy, almost like a koi fish. And of course, Goat vs. Fish. And then we return to where it all began, like a circle of unification of goatfish. Don Barris' birthday post. Day 1198, attempting T-shirt world record. Goat vs. Fish. Shirt. The Ding Dong Show. Hat. Nice verses. We think you can make the record. New T-shirt every day. Number 1196. And Goat vs. Fish is part of that record with the Goat vs. Fish shirt and the unification shirt. So Goat vs. Fish, often when Goat vs. Fish, Sunshine, when we're doing a conversation like this, Goat vs. Fish makes a commentation, and then Goat vs. Fish is like, what do you think, Sunshine? What do you think, Sunshine? What do you think, Sunshine? You can just assume implication that we're always asking you that. So when Goat vs. Fish is done with the commentation, you can just jump right in with an observation. And
whoa, I get automated
response.
Automated responses unlocked?
Yes. When Goat vs. Fish... And you can jump in whenever you wish. They want to hear what you have to say. They want to hear what you have to say. You can just presume that your opinion is requested when we finish the verses.
Hey, Hi-Fi. My opinion is actually requested.
Requested.
What's Don Barris holding in his right hand?
We think they're pumping gas.
Oh. Why is he pumping gas? It's his birthday. He should be getting gas pumped into him.
Oh. Well, maybe Don likes to pump their own gas.
That's respectful.
After all, the economy runs on Goat versus Fish. The economy runs on Goat versus Fish.
Did anyone buy gas for him for his birthday?
So if you want to see the Ding Dong Show, Goat versus Fish is going to shout them out on Twitch here. Shout out Simply Don the Twitch. Simply Don the Twitch. That's the Twitch channel. That's the Twitch channel. That's the Twitch channel for the Ding Dong Show. That's a Twitch channel for the Ding Dong Show. And if you want to comment on this post and be like, hey, nice Goat versus Fish shirt, which you should all do that. Here is the link to this Don Barris post and say, hey, nice unification shirt, nice Goat versus Fish. Reward Don Barris for wearing the unification shirt of Goat versus Fish. Maybe even drop Don a follow if that's what you want to do. And wish a mighty birthday. Wish a mighty birthday celebration.
Mighty birthday to you. Mighty birthday to you. Mighty birthday, mighty birthday, mighty birthday to you.
One more verse.
Mighty birthday to you.
Goat or fish.
Mighty birthday to you.
Goat or fish.
Mighty birthday, mighty birthday,
mighty birthday
to you.
Mighty birthday, Don. Mighty birthday.
Celebration.
Mighty birthday to you.
Hey, I can fit Amber Heard.
Oh, they did a commentation? Let's see.
Did you ask for a birthday kiss, Amber Heard?
Let's see. Spaghetti. Hey, nice Goat vs. Fish unification shirt. I can fix Amber Heard.
Celebration.
I can fix Amber Heard. Follow directions. Oh, my verses. It's a beautiful celebration.
Fence follows
what a
directions.
spectacular verses.
Who knew that fence follows directions?
Experimentation. I can fix Amber Heard has achieved experimentation. They did something Goat vs. Fish asked for. Wow, celebration. Is that display photo appropriate for VIP? That display photo? What verses are you speaking of? Display photo? Are you talking about your profile pic?
I think he wants that for the VIP pitch.
Yours on Instant?
On Instagram?
Yours on Instant? This versus? We don't see why not. Sure, that seems like a fine versus. You want this to be your VIP pick? Celebration. We can have, of course. That's a fine VIP pick. That looks like I can fix Amber Heard to Goat versus Fish. That looks like I can fix Amber Heard to Goat versus Fish. All right. Why would we deny it? Why would we deny it? We are 2 hours and 4 minutes into the stream. Do we have another 10 minutes of Goat versus Fish reaction, do we suppose? We supposed to be
Sure.
Speaking of hot merch of Goat versus Fish, just take a look at this. Ooh, my verses. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Wow. Hot verses. Goat versus Fish. So we've got to look at some Goat. We've got to look at some Goat. Goat deserves some reaction. Goat deserves some reaction here. Goat deserves some reaction. So let's look at some Goat. Let's look at some Goat. We've got a lot of Goat. We've got a lot of Goat, like Cyber Goat, Cyber Technology Goat. Oh, my verses. It's Cyber Techno Goat. Cyber Techno Goat. Goat. This was posted 303 weeks ago, but that's so maybe it's busted by now. Has science gone too far? A fair question.
It's Metal Gear Bat.
Metal Gear Goat. That's all we have to say about that. Fish, you'd better get your verses in gear because this is a battle goat. This is battle goat.
Battle goat. Oh, this is a classic versus. Classic versus.
No, I won't. No, you do it. Yeah. No matter how many times you ask, I won't take the trash out. It's your job. Hey! Bro! You want to fight? Yeah? 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 All right. Let's do it. Huh? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. No. It's really not. No. How many times? You want a kiss? Make up. Whoa!
Kisses for goat? In a surprise reverse versus, it's kisses for the goat got the kiss. The goat got the kiss.
Celebration.
The goat got the kiss.
But will it kiss the fish?
Wasted Height has redeemed a versus for goat. Wasted Height with 10,000 channel points has redeemed a versus for goat. That's a big versus. That's 10,000 channel points of Wasted Height. A versus for goat. Sunshine, get on that versus. We need you to draw a goat, and we need you to take the orange chalk down there. That's just there, and we need you to draw a versus on the goat side. That's a whole versus for goat.
Do I draw a goat and a versus?
Yes, because Wasted Height is a goat, so they get a goat for being goat.
Yeah.
And they redeemed a versus for goat.
So I draw the goat in orange.
No, you just draw the goat, and then you draw a versus
in orange.
You draw a versus to the side of the goat, like the goat have earned this versus.
All right.
Sunshine's got it. Sunshine's got it. Sunshine's got it. Throw in the fish. A versus for goat. A versus for goat. Wasted Height with 10,000 channel points of watch hours with a versus for goat. Appreciation for all of your watch time. Wasted Height. Thank you for wasting all of your time with Goat versus Fish. Thank you for wasting your verses on Goat versus Fish. Wasted Height. It is such an appreciation. Free fish throw with every versus for goat. You approved? It happened. It did happen on Goat versus Fish. It happened on Goat versus Fish. It happened on Goat versus Fish. Wasted Height. You approve? You approve of that versus? Well, we think that what you need in celebration of your versus for goat is we think you need more goat like this. Like look at all these goat. Look at all these anime goat, and look at those goat. Look at those goat. Talk about goat kisses. There's goats are getting all the kisses this versus. Although we don't know about that gray goat. That gray goat might be kissing somewhere they're not supposed to. But the kid seems to be enjoying it. The kid seems to, it's a big goat. It's a big goat situation. Maybe that's a fish. Maybe all the goat are versing the fish. Maybe that's a fish getting kiss verses from goat.
Maybe that goat is grazing.
What happened to fish legs? What happened to the fish legs? They're just gone? They're just gone?
I mean, here.
We're talking oh there. Oh there. Oh we see. We're talking about the fish in the picture here. If that's a fish and the goat are versing the fish, then where's the fins of the fish? It's like do we see the top half of the fish, but then down there we don't really see the bottom of the fish. So what happened? What happened to the bottom of the fish? Did it get my verses? The goat It looks like that fish is all smiling and laughing, but maybe this fish is screaming in anguish and is being consumed by zombie goat. Maybe this is like zombie goat uprising, fish the consumption.
I think those goats. One goat is distracting the fish, and the other goat is still in the wallet.
Ah, so it's like, I'll give you a kiss. I'm a goat. Oh yes, we can do unification.
Yeah.
So the unification with fish, and then while the fish is distraction,
the fish walked into the wrong neighborhood.
It's an attack.
Yeah.
Attack! It's an attack! The goat! It's a goat versus. The goat are versing the fish. The goat are versing the fish. The goat are versing the fish. And that will goat versus fish. We'll leave that comment. We're going to say the goat are versing the fish. What more comment could you expect from Goat versus Fish? Wasted Height with the glorious verses. Wasted Height with the glorious verses. Appreciation. Remember, Wasted Height, you are a frequent donator to Goat versus Fish. We are raising $500 versus American dollars over 1 week, over 2 weeks, over 1 month. 500 versus American dollars will unlock a 5-hour Friday bonus stream. The more you support Goat versus Fish, the more Goat versus Fish you get. More Goat versus Fish you get. Let's go visit everyone loves the Riley Ranch. Let's go visit the Riley Ranch. Everyone loves this versus.
Let's see what the goats do with a mountain of Cheerios.
Oh yeah. That's the stuff. That's the stuff right there. That's the goat stuff.
Let's see what the goats do with a mountain of Cheerios.
Num num nums. It's breakfast time. Goat's got the munchies. Getting hungry? Getting hungry? Getting hungry, Sunshine? Those look like multigrains.
I think they need more goat milk in the Cheerios.
And they can make their own.
Yeah. Said no one told them they could use goat milk.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Goat don't seem to be complaining about that. The goat already have the milk. Maybe they just like a nice crunchy verses. Like, ooh, delicious crunchy verse. Leave it to a fish to think, oh, it needs to be more wet. The fish is like, it needs more wetness, but the goat is like, no. We don't need more wetness. It's a delicious verses just as it is. Goat, 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 goat. This is peak internet here, just on Goat versus Fish, just watching goats eat Cheerios. 3 minutes of goats eating Cheerios.
Let's see what the goats do with a mountain of Cheerios.
Notice how they always seem so happy. They're like, let's see what the goats do with a mountain of Cheerios. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to feed goats.
Yeah, I think this guy's really fish.
You think this guy's fish?
Yeah, this is a setup. It's a huge setup for goats. He's trying to distract them with Cheerios.
What's the plan?
So he can get them addicted to Cheerios and charge them by a Cheerio. So they have to pay like 5 hi-fi kisses for 1 Cheerio.
5 kisses? That's a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So he's trying to get them addicted. So they'll have to kiss hi-fi protege against their will.
We also can't help but notice that standing in front of a fence. Oh, my verses!
I_canfix_Amber Heard contribution $100.
Thanks.
Celebration.
Celebration. Celebration.
Celebration.
Celebration. Let's get some rump shaking. Let's shake that rump. Let's shake that rump for I Can Fix Amber Heard. I Can Fix Amber Heard with 100 versus American dollars, which we presume is for a VIP. I Can Fix Amber Heard 100. 100 for the verses. 100 for the verses. I Can Fix Amber Heard. What's that all about? What's this contribution? What's this amazing contribution to Goat versus Fish? Celebration! Let's get funky with it. Let's get funky with it.
Finally! Reaching through the weeds, reaching through the weeds! At long last, I Can Fix Amber Heard reaches the beer. The beer has been reached by I Can Fix Amber Heard. The beer has been reached. And not only that, the stick begins to flower. The stick begins to flower. The stick begins to flower. Beautiful verses. Oh, flower stick. I totally forgot about the beer. It's supposed to be a monster, but that works. Oh, it's a monster? Well, you see, it fermented. It fermented because it was out in the sun for too long, so it kind of became monster beer. It became a monster beer. I Can Fix Amber Heard with 100. Is that for the VIP I Can Fix Amber Heard? Is that for a new I Can Fix Amber Heard VIP? Who's got the butt that's on the fence? I Can Fix Amber Heard. Who's got the butt that sits on that fence? I Can Fix Amber Heard. Who's got the butt that sits on that fence? It's I Can Fix Amber Heard. I said, who's got that butt that sits on that fence? It's I Can Fix Amber Heard. Returning to VIP. Returning to VIP. I Can Fix Amber Heard. Returning to the VIP position. I Can Fix Amber Heard. Returning to the VIP position. I Can Fix Amber Heard, returning to the VIP position. Returning to the VIP position, and that's... Oh no! 10,000 verse points, 10,000 verse points for the fence. Oh my verses, Fish with 500, Goat with none. I Can Fix Amber Heard with 10,000 verse points for the fence. Oh, that's sci-fi down there. Hi-fi. Look what Sunshine has done to you. Look what Sunshine has done to Hi-Fi in the verses of GoatVsFish! Terrible art.
It's a one-to-one portrait of Hi-Fi. It should be framed and hung in his living room so people know what it looks like when they walk into his home.
You know, Sunshine, if you really want to get Hi-Fi, what you do is you take a picture of that, and then you turn it into an emote on your channel, and it's the Hi-Fi emote on your channel.
I did not think of that until now.
That's the inspiration. That's the inspiration of GoatVsFish. That's the inspiration of GoatVsFish. Sunshine's going to take that picture. Sunshine's going to take that picture. You're in the shadow of your own phone. You might want to step back a versus. Sunshine is taking a Hi-Fi picture.
and is going to use it to make a hi-fi emote on the Sanshine Twitch channel. It's going to look something like that. Wow. And it is an original illustration. Sanshine is now versusing Hi-Fi at their own game. Sanshine is now doing the illustrations while Hi-Fi's not here.
Who did the better illustration, me or Hi-Fi? Vote on whether you would pay $7 million versus American dollars for the painting, or for a stamp, a drawing of this on your very own A4 paper.
It's a question. It's a question. I can fix Amber Heard with 100 vs. American dollar VIP celebration. And yes indeed. That 100 vs. American dollars, goes towards the 500 vs. American dollar goal to unlock a 5-hour Friday stream. Now, we're not counting it here just yet, because what we're going to do at the end of the verse is we're going to take all the verse points, we're going to take the 500 bits from the fish, we're going to take the subscriptions, and we're going to add it. We're going to add it in our calculation. But we're at least 130 versus American dollars on the way. 130 versus American dollars on the way. Goat and Fish. It's time to count the verses. 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 So let's change it up. Time to count the verses. Counting music. Fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fish. Ooh, we like this. 10 fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6 goats. That's a versus for fish. It's versus for fish. It's a versus for fish. Remember, the count is not done. You have still time. Still time to make some changes. Subscription. We have 2 subscriptions for fish. None for goat. That's another versus for fish. 2 fish subs. None for goat. That's 2 for fish. There is a versus for goat because Wasted Height redeemed a versus for goat. Celebration for goat. A versus for goat. Celebration for goat. A redeemed versus for goat. Secrets are revealed. Celebration. You'll buy it for 99 gazillion. Nice. Goat and fish. And in the verses of bits. Fence take the verses of the bits. It's a versus for the fence with a massive I Can Fix Amber Heard 100 vs. American dollar contribution. A versus for the fence. So that's 2 verses for fish, 1 versus for goat, 1 versus for the fence. And let's check that YouTube poll. Time to check the YouTube poll. How fast can we get my poster board ready? If tomorrow, that'd be hilarious for Carolyn. It's versatile by tomorrow, but you have to send the picture right away. I Can Fix Amber Heard. You have to send the picture to GoatVsFish@gmail.com right away. And then and only then. Can we send it to you? Can we get the verses done by tomorrow? We think we can, but you have to send it quickly to GoatVsFish. And if you do, we will make an accommodation. Checking now the YouTube poll of GoatVsFish. Oh, my verses! Who gets better reactions, goat or fish? Fish with 46% of the vote. Fish take the verses with 46% of the vote. Goat reactions with only 31%. Unlikely unification with 23. 13 votes on YouTube. Fish reactions with 46%. Fish take the verses.
It's been YouTube polls have been dominated by goats, but fish are expanding their territory, and fish take the YouTube poll. 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 We're going to count down. Let us count. Sunshine, grab that mic and let us count together. We're going to count up from Goat vs. Fish. And when we have counted up from Goat vs. Fish, then that's going to be the verses.
G O A T V S F I
S H. Celebration! It's a triumph for fish! 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 It's a triumph for fish!
Why don't you go where currents swish?
Looking at the fish!
Different sorts of hero, see real stuff, see an archer, fish that spits. Pick two! Look at the fish! Stingray is a little bit of snooper, but everybody's got to see the grouper. See it, grouper! Come let's miss where rockfish hit their kicks, we're smelling otter, shrimpy pigs.
Looking at the fish! Celebration, celebration. And in honor of the triumph of fish and this reaction stream, let's go behind the scene.
It's a wonderful time.
It's a wonderful time. When you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where currents swish? Look at the
Celebration, celebration, celebration! Maybe we should just do a straight up cover of that song. Maybe Goat vs. Fish should do a straight up cover of Looking at the Fish, backed by Sunshine in a future verses. This has been your Wednesday morning motivation. This has been your Wednesday morning motivation. Let's bring back the morning motivational theme as we end the verses. This has been your morning motivation experimentation. We did some experimentation on this versus we moved the seating around. We experimentation with some new goals. We had Sunshine in a new position and Goat vs. Fish. It was an experimentation celebration. It was an experimentation celebration. Sunshine, what do you say? What do you say about this standing in this verses and then we go to that verses? What do you think about this? What do you think about this experimentation?
It was a very interesting experiment. I like it. I like sitting a lot. I look forward to sitting tomorrow. But today was the cool verses of walking around and stuff, playing with chalk, playing with fish, playing with goat.
We think it's a nice balance for Goat vs. Fish. We get the standing verses. We get both verses in one. We like these verses. Goat vs. Fish likes this verses. What do you say, Goat and Fish? What do you say, Goat and Fish? Do you like this format of standing around, morning motivation to begin the verses, and then gradually moving into reaction, throne of Goat vs. Fish, sitting space?
We're really finding a way to make use of the whole studio of Goat vs. Fish. We think it's a pretty powerful versus. Of experimentation. We like it. We like it. DJ Pacey says yes. DJ Pacey says yes. 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 I Can Fix Amber Heard says, I think the standing added the much motivation energy I was talking about, so it's a fine balance. It's a fine balance. Even I Can Fix Amber Heard is feeling balanced in this verses. Is feeling balanced in this verses. Feeling balanced in this verses. This has been your morning motivation of experimentation, and on next verses, we've got Carolyn Glow joining Goat vs. Fish. Let's do our final tabulations. Goat and Fish, your day is already underway, but we believe in you. We believe in you. Goat streak. Elimination. Looking at the fish. 1 for the fish. Fish. Begin a new streak of 1. It's going back and forth like goat and fish, like goat and fish, like goat and fish. And now. We can clear the verses. 500, that's 5 versus American dollars. That's 105 versus American dollars plus 6 from 2 subscriptions, so 111. 111. 111. 111. 111. We add 111 to the current total. We add 111 to the current total. 138.51. We're at 138.51, and when we reach 500, it triggers a 5-hour Friday stream. We're at 138.51. Celebration. Celebration for your morning motivation. Fence is going on with the throne of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Only need 261.48. We think it might be 361. 361.48. 361.48. Goat and Fish. We wish to thank our glorious patrons of Goat vs. Fish. The glorious patrons who join patreon.com/GoatVsFish to support Goat vs. Fish. Because as you know, there's no big corporation behind Goat vs. Fish. The streams of Goat vs. Fish are brought to you with support from the congregation. Generous donors at patreon.com/GoatVsFish. The humble congregation. Ben Bird Person, The Quaxinator, Jimmy Wrench, Mama Joe, Vrama Joe, Standard Average, Tuggerugger, Hogrim, Eldergrown, Uberkitten, Padistador, Eventually Gold, Prism Bloom, Psychic Buckeye 12, and Drew. The elite humble congregation, Lord Saturn, Karmic, Prue Lawrence, Atro, Sourdough, Watt 9807, That One Bull Guy, and Napoleon Doom. And the unification congregation, I Can Fix Amber Heard. Appreciation for your patronage to Goat vs. Fish. Join the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish to get epic shoutouts like this. And if you join the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish, we will definitely send you a whole bunch of stickers just like that. Appreciation. To join the patronage of GoatVsFish. To join the patronage of GoatVsFish. That reminds GoatVsFish. There's something we must do. We had a marble race. And it was GoatVsFish. It was crazy awesome. It was Crazy Awesome who won the verses. So we need to reflect that Crazy Awesome gets 1 ounce of stickers, and so does Fitzcraft. Fitzcraft is also entitled to 1 ounce of stickers. 1 ounce of sticker package. Oh yes. Don't mind that. Apologization from GoatVsFish. Don't mind that verses. Don't mind that verses. GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish. Well, Sunshine, that brings us to 11. That brings us to the end of our living stream. The fence returns as VIP. GoatVsFish was thinking that before we finish, GoatVsFish wants to give them in honor of I Can Fix Amber Heard's $100 versus American dollar contribution. We're going to give them 1 marble race. So if you have to say goodbye, then you can. And we are giving a shout out to Sunshine. Or if you want to wait, then GoatVsFish can give you a ride. But we want to, for 100 versus American dollar VIP, we want to give I Can Fix Amber Heard a chance to win 1 ounce of stickers in a marble race. We think that would be a fair versus.
Goodbye.
Sunshine's out of here.
I have to go, but I'll see you tomorrow on Goat versus Fish.
Celebration for Sunshine. Appreciation.
Yeah.
Appreciation for the Sunshine time.
Goodbye. Oh, hi, Prison Bloom. Thanks for the poke. I'm have to be gone now. So I'll bid all of you farewell, and I shall come back on tomorrow versus.
Appreciation, Sunshine. Thank you for your contribution to GoatVsFish.
Yeah. I'll leave my guitar verses here.
As you wish.
And I'll take my pedal verses with me.
It's Sunshine.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Make some noise for Sunshine. One marble race now for you,
Sorry.
the congregation. Oh, yes.
Just very quickly. Hey, Prison Bloom, since you're here, I have a new emote that I think will change verses that I would like your assistance on, Prison Bloom. High five just in time for this. Hey, Prison Bloom, if you can help me turn this into an emote, we can do the shaky variant, and if you can, I'll send this your way, Prison Bloom. Yeah.
Hi-Fi Protege says I can make it into an emote.
Oh, no. It's intellectual property of Sunshine. Sunshine me. Yeah.
Hi-Fi Protege says pay me 15. Oh, my verses. Are you Hi-Fi, are you saying that for Sunshine to use the likeness of Hi-Fi Protege that 15 versus American dollars is demanded?
I'll pay Hi-Fi in I Can Fix Amber Heard kisses. I Can Fix Amber Heard will kiss him up to 7.5 times.
Well, Hi-Fi, we're going to leave that your intellectual property claim and likeness to between you and Sunshine, and you can maybe you can settle it. Maybe you can settle it in court, in the court of GoatVsFish. Who knows?
It is my artistic creation, and it's only Hi-Fi because it says it was being the keyword. But yeah, it's not a road. It's a puddle of mess. But we'll go over that. And Prison Bloom, I appreciate you. We'll keep in touch and make these emotes the nicest of emotes. After he sees your bod tomorrow, he's gonna want them smooches. Oh, I know. Hi-Fi likes. He likes cardinal tortas, but tomorrow after he sees your chat bod, it might change. He might change his mind. But yeah, celebration, Prison Bloom, and this is true art, by the way. This is. I don't know whatever that painting is, but this is where the real art is. No. Hi-Fi. You're getting paid in Amber Heard kisses. 7.5 kisses. That's the inflation rate. Bye.
Bye. Celebration Sunshine. Celebration Sunshine. One marble race for the verses. One marble race for the verses.
Bye, hi-fi.
And it's just going to be a shotgun. We're going to shotgun it. Closest to the center wins the verses. Closest to the center wins the verses. For a 1 ounce sticker package of Goat vs. Fish, remember it's 0.7 ounces of stickers because the packaging weighs 0.3 ounces, so we're calling it a 1 ounce package of stickers, not 1 ounce of stickers. Bye, Sunshine. Celebration.
Bye, Bunkbot. Bye, everybody.
Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. You have 169 seconds to join the verses. 169 seconds to join the verses. 169 seconds to join the verses. Goat vs. Fish. We'll put on a little YouTube musications while we do. We'll put on a little YouTube musications while we do. Super Mario 64, but it's Japanese jazz fusion. We'll take it. This is for 1 ounce of stickers. This 1 ounce of stickers is an offering by Goat vs. Fish. Especially an offering thanks to I Can Fix Amber Heard's 100 vs. American dollar contribution for VIP. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. But we think as a reward for sticking around in the stream of Goat vs. Fish, it can be quite nice just to have a little sticker giveaway. 1 ounce sticker giveaways on Goat vs. Fish. How often do you check Discord for the stream tab? Oh, Sunshine has a versus. Sunshine has a versus.
There'll be no Sunshine time this weekend. I'm taking this weekend off streaming, so I'll be back next weekend for more Sunshine time. This weekend I'm going to take a relaxed versus, going to Universal, the Fan Fest Universal. On Friday for some Harry Potter events, and I'll be seeing the Michael Jackson movie. Celebration. So no Sunshine stream this weekend.
Appreciation. Well, thank you for your service, Sunshine. A well-deserved rest and recuperation for Sunshine. Even the sun must set. Some verses. 22 seconds. Exclamation play to join the marble race while Mom's in the verses. What if every stream Goat vs. Fish did a 1 ounce sticker giveaway? We think we might just. Every stream? Wow, you're cutting into the profits of Goat vs. Fish? Every stream, an ounce of stickers of Goat vs. Fish? We think that might just be the new verses. We've got so many stickers. We want you to have them so you can post them everywhere. How often do you check Discord for the stream tab? Which tab would that be? I Can Fix Amber Heard.
Thank you, Bunkbot. I appreciate you. I will enjoy the rest of relaxation.
Goat vs. Fish is in the lead. Followed by I Can Fix Amber Heard. High Five Protege. Prism Blue. Wow, Mom.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Sunshine. Celebration. It's Sunshine. DJ Pasty. Goat vs. Fish. DJ Pasty. Goat vs. Fish. I Can Fix Amber Heard. High Five Protege wants those sticks. I Can Fix Amber Heard, known to want sticks, and now maybe wanting some stickers. From Goat vs. Fish. Wow, Mom, still in contention, very much in contention. Bunkbot, Ham Mods, Prism Bloom, falling behind, but maybe they found some secret way. But remember, this is about the shotgun. It's not who's in the lead, it's who gets closest to the center. We've got High Five Protege, DJ Pasty. DJ Pasty gets closest to the center of the verses. DJ Pasty wins the verses celebration. DJ Pasty wins the verses. 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 DJ Pasty wins the verses, wins the stickers of gold versus fish. Celebration, DJ Pasty. DJ Pasty, we will need your address. We'll need your address for you to claim the sticker of Goat versus Fish. Don't type it in the chat. Don't type it in the chat. But you have won an ounce of stickers of Goat versus Fish. Ah, DJ Pasty, it seems we have a versus of yours from 4126. It seems that you are in Springfield. And as we know from the popular Verse American Televersus program, The Thompsons, Springfield could literally be anywhere, so we're not even revealing anything by saying that. You are entitled to a stickers package of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration! Celebration, DJ Pasty! While we're on the verses, Goat versus Fish wants to show a comparison to you. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do here. Is this the verses? Is this the verses? Goat versus Fish. We're going to try this verses. We're going to try this verses. Goat vs. Fish wants to show you an interesting versus. Goat vs. Fish is now going to play for you for your musical comparison. How we say everything is inspired by Goat vs. Fish. You can find everything is inspired by Goat vs. Fish. And to prove it, we're going to show you two completely different songs that share the same inspiration. So first we have this jazzy verses. We have this jazzy verses from of Fourside from the gamification system known as Earthbound. From the gamification system known as Earthbound, where we shall now show you. We'll show you the original verses. Earthbound. Fourside OST goes like this. Musication appreciation with Goat vs. Fish. Listen to the perception of Goat vs. Fish. Listen to this chord verses. Listen to this verses here. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. So we take that verses and then they make it a jazzy musication from the 8-bit big band. Oh, 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 oh. Amazing verses, amazing verses. But now, Beethoven. Beethoven, pathétique. Oh, 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 na 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 na. No. And then it even does the repetition. It even does the repetition once again. The repetition. Da 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 da. It would only take the trained ear of GoatVsFish to recognition this amazing verses. Who else but the broad perception of GoatVsFish could see GoatVsFish within both of these verses? They are one and the same. They are one and the same. It's all GoatVsFish. Inspiration! And the repetition and the glorious repetition! Are you goat? Are you fish? A goat or fish? The goat are versus fish, and the fish are versus goat. And it's goat versus fish, goat versus fish. That's the stream of GoatVsFish. That's the living stream of GoatVsFish. Appreciation to DJ Pasty, the winner, Goat or Fish dinner. Winner, winner, goat or fish dinner of the 1 ounce package of stickers of Goat vs. Fish. Appreciation to 138.51 versus American dollars on our way to 500. 500 triggering the 5-hour Friday stream of Goat vs. Fish. Cat Guy Bob says we are goat. Celebration, we're goat. We have had 6. We have been maintaining like 6 YouTube viewers for this whole versus, which is just great for Goat vs. Fish. Because those 3,000 hours, they're coming along. Goat and Fish. We are at 2,754. 2,754 watch hours of Goat vs. Fish, nearing 3,000. That's as of April 17th. And if we look at the verses, if we look at the overview of Goat vs. Fish, that watch hours from April 17th on, here on April 17th, 5.7 watch hours. April 18th, 1.8 watch hours. April 19th, 1.5 watch hours. But then, 420, we had 33.5 hours. 421, 7.5 watch hours. Goat and Fish. We're nearing the final verses. We're nearing the 3,000 watch hours of Goat vs. Fish, and it's a celebration, It's a big, big celebration. Big, big celebration. A big and mighty verses. So, Goat and Fish, that's the stream of Goat vs. Fish. But you know what? We're here. We're here having conversation, if you wish. Lord Saturn, yo! We're here in a state of relaxation. So, hey, you got something to say to Goat vs. Fish? Chat away, congregation. It's time to chat with Goat vs. Fish. We're just chatting over here. What do you say? What do you say to the verses? Let's keep racking up those watch hours. What do you say to Goat vs. Fish? What do you say to a mighty versus? Conversation time. Advice time. You can get your advice from Goat vs. Fish. You can get your conversation from Goat vs. Fish. It's just chatting with Goat vs. Fish. In a versus of relaxation like this, we could give you all kinds of verses. Lord Saturn says, Goat vs. Fish, I hope. Oh, hey, why don't we get the congregation in here? Let's get the congregation in the verses. Goat vs. Fish. Copy that verses. Paste this verses. Goat vs. Fish. Paste this verses. Paste this verses. There you are. There they are. But why don't we put you behind? We could put you behind the congregation chatting, so you can see yourself chatting to Goat vs. Fish. So we can see yourself chatting to Goat vs. Fish. Like this. We spoke. Okay, so Goat. We'll do like this versus. We'll do like this versus. Lock it in on Goat vs. Fish. Log it in on Goat vs. Fish. Enable Goat vs. Fish open preview projector. Got to dial it in. Okay, Goat and Fish. So we need a versus like. That seems fair to Goat vs. Fish. Lock it in. Lock it in. And now we have stream avatars in the chat screen of Goat versus Fish. We like this. We like this. Minor stream improvements. Minor stream improvements. Goat versus Fish. I hope the verses today for you are pleasant and that your gains are plenty. Oh, yes. May the gains be plentiful indeed, Lord Saturn, and may we wish you many gains for yourself. What type of gains are you aiming for? Are you trying to get stronger? Are you trying to make that monetization? Trying to receive that education? I spoke to every single congregation in existence. We want temple games. A fair versus. A fair versus. The temple game shall return on Goat versus Fish. The temple game shall return on Goat versus Fish. The temple game shall return on Goat versus Fish. The temple game shall return on Goat versus Fish. But this versus first prioritization is we have to get the VIP of I Can Fix Amber Heard going. Then maybe temple games. But temple games will return. Is there a lesson of the verse? The lesson of the verse is experimentation. Do not fear experimentation. Try out a new verses. Try something new when you're feeling stagnation. Sometimes change, experimentation can be just a fancy word for change, and so some do not like to do it. But just because you do it in experimentation does not mean that you have to commit to it forever. You can always try something new. You can learn something from what you do. You can incorporation parts of your experimentation into your new verses, and you can leave the fence behind you. By chance, did someone record your set at Camp Break Time? By chance, yes. Someone did, so we might be able to see it one versus. We should make a communication. Goat versus Fish. We'll do that versus now. We'll do that versus now. Let's see if we can find. Let's see if we can. We're going to call the Reverend Johnny. We're going to call Johnny. We're going to call the Rev. Oh, my verses. What's this?
I_canfix_Amber Heard contribution $5. Shout out to I_canfix_Amber Heard. Soon he will be leader of Fish and Goats.
I Can Fix Amber Heard is shouting out I Can Fix Amber Heard with a $5 versus American dollar propaganda campaign. Can I tie-dye my GVF shirt too, says Prism Bloom. Yes, and yes, that $5 versus American dollar contribution will go towards the $500 challenge of $500 Fridays. Where is this versus? What happened to Rev? The Revved Up Entertainment. Revved Up Ent. We know Revved Up Ent. We know Revved Up Ent, but where's Johnny? There we are. Shall we attempt a call? We're going to attempt to call Johnny right this very verses. Let's see if they reply. Hello, Chester Copperpot. Johnny! This is Goat versus Fish. You are live. You are live on the Goat versus Fish live stream. Hello, Reverend Johnny.
Why, hello, Goat versus Fish. When do I have the pleasure?
Well, first, we want to know if you're goat or fish. Standard verses. Are you goat or fish?
For that to be fish, for sure.
Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish.
Fish.
So we are here with the congregation, and we're telling them about Camp Break Time. And one of our glorious congregation members, Lord Saturn, who is a goat.
Right on.
Lord Saturn, who made that intro, that Goat vs. Fish musication intro at Camp Break Time. You remember that at the Revved Up stage, the intro? Remember that?
Awesome, yeah. That show was rocking.
Lord Saturn wants to know, by any chance, did someone record your set at Camp Break Time? And we remember you might have been recording it, and if so, then when might we see it?
Oh, yeah. I got the entire comedy show recorded from the front angle, good lighting, got the sunset in the backdrop. It's like an hour and a half, so I have no idea how to send it because I'm functionally retarded.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Well, maybe Goat vs. Fish could be of some assistance. Goat vs. Fish knows how to edit large files. Maybe you should come over to the studio of Goat vs. Fish in Encino, and we could verse it out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that'd be really cool. It'd be easy too. We could clip it up for the other boys and send everybody their game footage.
Well, that sounds like a future conversation. We can hash out the verses at a future conversation. But it sounds like you've got the footage, you've got the set. So it will be released at some verses in the future. Sounds like it.
Very, very near future. I'm still in recovery mode because me and my clowns decided to go with drugs instead of food for that weekend. So we're still getting our calories and our sleep back up.
Well, we hope that you take care of yourself. The Reverend Johnny, we hope you take care of yourself. And thank you for inviting Goat vs. Fish to Camp Break Time. We'll see you on the next verses in celebration for Fish.
Of course, GoatVsFish, always a pleasure. Call anytime, brother. Blessings.
Celebration, Reverend. So there's the verses. Reverend Johnny Fish has the footage of Goat vs. Fish from Camp Break Time. And before we forget, we're going to put $5 versus American dollars for I Can Fix Amber Heard propaganda campaign to be leader of the Goat and Fish. We're going to add it to the 500 versus American dollar. The 500 Fridays. $143.51. $143.51. The conversations continue. Can you tie-dye your Goat vs. Fish shirt too? Yes, you can. You can absolutely tie-dye your shirt. Once you receive your merch of Goat vs. Fish, your shirts, whatever you order from the Goat vs. Fish store, you can do whatever you wish. You can cut them up. You can tie-dye them. You can immediately throw them in the garbage. You can dress your goat or fish. You can do whatever you wish. It's up to you. It's up to you what you do. Goat vs. Fish will take no offense. Lord Saturn is trying to lose 20 pounds before you go overseas with this one band to drum for them. Oh. Is that because they charge you by the pound for your tickets? Is the plane going to be able to fly if you weigh too much? Lord Saturn, why you be so fat? We believe in you, Lord Saturn. We believe in you. We believe in you if you want to lose 20 pounds. But Goat vs. Fish will tell you this. Goat vs. Fish will tell you this. In the verses of muscle and fat, they say that muscle weighs more than fat. So Goat vs. Fish would say unto you, perhaps you don't have to lose 20 pounds. What if you lost 20 pounds of fat but gained 10 pounds of muscle? What if you merely converted 10 pounds of fat into 10 pounds of muscle and you weighed exactly the same, but it would be a fitter versus? So ponder that one. Ponder that one. Ponder that one. But never the fence. If you wish to lose 20 pounds, we believe in you. Will we ever find unification? We have found unification before. Unification has happened many times on Goat vs. Fish. But Morgan, we understand it can always seem very distant. It can always seem very distant. Hello, Chester Copperbot. DJ Pasty says goat or fish, a classic versus. Chester Copperbot says fish, fish. You found your way to fish. You found your way to fish. You found your way to the fish. Goat versus Fish does have some hesitation when you say fash to say fish, because Goat versus Fish is definitely anti-fash. But we understand that sometimes you're just so excited to yell fish that it just comes out as fash. But maybe the goat think that the fish are fashy. Fascist fish. You want to see a fascist fish? You want to see a fascist fish? I'll show you a fascist fish right here. Show you a fascist fish right here. Oh, there's your fascist fish. There's your fascist fish. I'm the fishest there ever was. I'm the fishest, I'm the fish. Some call me a fishest. I don't mind when they do. I don't mind when they call me fishest, because it's true. Because it's true, and I only say true verses. Our fishest president. Can't wait to see it. We Goat versus Fish lived it. Guest VIP for future verses. I Can Fix Amber Heard is going to be the VIP on future verses. Weed Pipe's tenure is over. It's time. Our original VIP I Can Fix Amber Heard returns. Goat vs. Fish is a motivator. It is what we call this verses, the morning motivational. We do call it that. BBH187, a well-played fish. But Morgan, do the goats have interchangeable horns? Sounds like a question for Goat. Hey, any goat out there have interchangeable horns? We've definitely met goat who have interchangeable legs. We have certainly met goat who have interchangeable legs. That has happened many verses before. If I could make it a dish if it were a fish or a goat in a boat. We've got a poet. Chester Coberbot is writing poetry now. Appreciation. We like this poetry on Goat versus Fish. Why are they fish? Why is the president fish? Why is president fish? Because there was a targeted advertisement on Instagram for Trumpy trout, and this was a product that was made, and so Goat versus Fish purchased it. So if you think that Trump is a goat, then make Trumpy goat. Someone out there make Trumpy goat, but for some verses they made it fish. For some verses they made it fish. If there's a Trumpy goat out there, then well, as a matter of verses, there was an interview in which Trump called themselves. Trump was saying, "Oh, they call me the goat. I don't know what they mean, but maybe they're right." There was a verses like that, too. Hi, Shri the Ambivert. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Pleasant to versus you. Prism Bloom says, I liked the goat headband hi-fi had the other day. That was cool. Well, Goat and Fish. A goat headband like this can be yours, or a fish hat, or one of the fish hats, for the price of $104 versus American dollars. It is knit by Prue Lawrence and Wow Mom. It is hand stitched. You can ask for colors of your choice. You can get a goat. You can get measurements and colors of your choice. You can get a custom crafted by the congregation, and that is with shipping included. Shipping included in that price. $104 versus American dollars. Shipping to you. A custom goat or a custom fish hat. How are you doing? We're doing great. It's a great and beautiful verses. How are you doing today? Haven't seen you in ages. It has been ages, but it's still been Goat versus Fish. It's still been Goat versus Fish morning motivations every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. We promise you until 10 a.m., and frequently we go longer. But we promise you till 10, so this is all bonus verses. You're doing better now that you're here on my screen. Aww. Will the fish cook or buy me lunch? Bud Morgan's looking for a date, everyone. Bud Morgan, the fence sitter, wants a fish date. Who wants to provide it?
Who wants to provide the fish date? Shria the ambivert is on the fence. You love the bonus verses? Appreciation. If I ever come out to LA, I'll stop in and embroider some of your shirts for you. Lol. Prism Bloom, you make so much art. Please. Prism Bloom. Collaboration. We need to get those verses going. We need to get those emotes going for Goat versus Fish and for the stream avatars. We need to do that versus. It's on Goat versus Fish to contact you. We know it's true. Dragon Balls will cook. Dragon Balls is Goat. Dragon Balls is Goat. I mean, I'm willing to be friends with anyone else who is a fence sitter. Oh, my verses. Fence on fence. Fence on fence, freakiness. Fence on fence, fence friends. Fast fences make fence friends. Pondering the verses. Now, I Can Fix Amberheard wants to know about live in the studio, Goat versus Fish. Wants to know about that. Well, we think we think that's versatile, but we should have a conversation. We should have a conversation about that when we are not on the living stream, we think. We think that would be a not during just chatting conversation type verses. I Can Fix Amber Heard. We'll date. I Can Fix Amber Heard. We'll date. Goat versus Fish checking the messages of Goat versus Fish. Oh, we're receiving something. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat and Fish. We think that might be the verses of Goat versus Fish. We suppose we could do. We are trying to earn those watch hours, so we could do more conversation. Goat versus Fish is going to take a reprieve now. Goat versus Fish is going to take a reprieve. When we return, we will decide if we want to continue the stream. So maybe it depends on you. Maybe it depends on you, the congregation. Shall we continue the verses? Shall we continue the verses? We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out on Goat versus Fish. When we return.
Goat versus fish. Hey! What happened to our 6 glorious YouTube viewers? That's now down to 3. What, Goat versus Fish leaves you with the televerses for just a few verses, and suddenly you abandon Goat versus Fish? What the fence? What the fence? What did you say? What did you say when we were away? The chairs are versing each other? Star Wars got word? Bud Morgan's got a dip in 30. Mysterium, welcome. Shall we shall? Hey, Mysterium, what's going on? Are you goat or are you fish? I Can Fix Amber Heard says they've got the most comfortable bottom in the whole verses. And then they claim to be, but then eventually Gold is a power top. We think eventually Gold and I Can Fix Amber Heard might be having a flirtation here in the congregation. Flirtation and dating is acceptable in the congregation of Goat versus Fish. You don't have to be shy. It's not an obligation. But we do know there are some congregations that discourage romance between congregation members, but not Goat versus Fish. Hey, someone start chatting to Goat versus Fish. All your chats went away. All your chats went away because it got fenced for some verses. So we lost all the old verses. So you'll just have to start the verses all over again. You'll just have to start the verses all over again. Sorry, Goat and Fish. It's technology. Sometimes it happens on technology. It can be known to happen on technology. Apologization. 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 They're back. They're back in the verses. What do they say to Goat versus Fish? We are here. Celebration for being here. I mean, whether the stream continues or not, it's honestly up to you and how you are feeling, sire. Can you call Goat versus Fish sire instead of sir? We think that would be more appropriate for Goat versus Fish. Because it's your stream. I can't speak for everyone, but I know I would be A-okay either way. I got to see you for a little while, and that will make me happy. Well, appreciation for your Goat versus Fish. Amber Heard, can you loan the stick to Goat versus Fish? Goat versus Fish needs the stick. Goat versus Fish needs the stick. Oh, wait, we have Goat versus Fish. We have the stick of Goat versus Fish. We have the stick of Goat versus Fish, so now Goat versus Fish can be like this. Using the power of Goat versus Fish. Don't listen to that, just stream 24/7. Goat versus Fish once did a 24-hour stream, one versus. Could be done. How much would it cost Goat versus Fish to get to do a 24-hour stream? It's pretty extreme. It's pretty extreme. It's pretty extreme. It's a pretty extreme stream for 24 hours. Ad revenue, though, not much. Doesn't know what's going on, but is happy, though. That's the verses. You know it. You know it. If you wanted a 24-hour stream of Goat versus Fish, but you are saying 24/7 all versus every versus. We certainly would do a 24-hour stream. Pondering Goat versus Fish. Pondering Goat versus Fish. Pondering Goat versus Fish. $1,240 versus American dollars. For 1,240 for 24 verses for 24 hours, for 1,240 versus American dollars, Goat versus Fish would do a 24-hour stream. You must understand that when you do a 24-hour stream, it's not only 24 hours of Goat versus Fish. There is also an entire day after of rest and recuperation for Goat versus Fish. So it's really like a double day commitment, and you need to get the rest of Goat versus Fish the verses before. So even one 24-hour stream is like a 3-day commitment for Goat versus Fish. It's a 3-day commitment for Goat versus Fish. You could sleep on the stream. It's true. It's true. We could have nap time. 1,240 versus American dollars for a 24-hour stream of Goat versus Fish. And you may say that's too much Goat versus Fish. Well, you don't have to pay Goat versus Fish. You just don't. It's up to you. That's a more fair versus than the green screen thing. As you say. Ads. Hey, is someone going to gift Shreya the Ambivert a subscription to Goat versus Fish so they don't have to see ads? The studio isn't going to verse itself. The studio is not going to versus itself, and yet you are all very generous to Goat versus Fish in your contributions. And it is only with appreciation. It is only appreciation. How much would it cost? Nothing really. You could stream for 24 hours. You could stream for 1 hour. That would make me happy. Oh, great Lord, Goat versus Fish. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, my verses. Oh, Lord, my verses. My verses come and Goat. My verses come in Fish. Oh, my Lord, Goat versus Fish. Won't you spare me over for another fence? Won't you spare me over for another fence? Won't you spare me over another fence? Oh, my Lord, Goat versus Fish. I can fix Sam Heard with the gifted verses. To Shreya the Ambivert, appreciation, 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 appreciation. Goat versus Fish is going to take note. Is going to take note here in the Goat note. You did not have to do that. Just like you said about Goat versus Fish. Hello, what? I can fix Amber Heard. We are making it known. 3 more versus American dollars. It's actually more like 298.5 cents, or Goat versus Fish. It's more like 299.5 cents, but Goat versus Fish has the 0.5 cents covered. It's 3 versus American dollars. 3 versus American dollars towards the goal, towards the 500 versus American dollar goal. Preventing ads. I can fix Amber Heard in service of Goat versus Fish. Preventing ads 1 subscription at a time. 1 subscription at a time. With all of these gifts to Goat versus Fish, we know something must be versing well on Goat versus Fish, because we used to be at about 45 subscribers, and now we're at 85 subscribers. So we are getting more gifted subscriptions on Goat versus Fish. More subscribers to Goat versus Fish. It's a celebration. Yes. Yes. So we'll add that 3. We'll add that 3 versus American dollars. So we will be at 146.51. We'll be at 146.51 with that 3 versus American dollars. Won't you spare me over for another fan? Won't you spare me? Won't you spare me over another verses? Yeah. I can fix Amber Heard with a fence subscription. Play fence games, win fence prizes. Like whatever the fence is going on here. Whoa. What are the fence sitters getting up to? Does not look safe to goat versus fish. We think it is some sort of fence sitter. It's like some sort of cult of fenciness. Is this what fence sitters get up to outside the congregation of goat versus fish? The cult of fence. Didn't the cult of fence go extinct? We thought the fence cult went extinct. What in the verses? Imagine 24 hours of Lord Goat versus Fish making that sound. Oh. Fence sitters. Fence sitters. No comment. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish, you fence sitters, you? I've had it up to here with these fence sitters. I've had it up to here with these fence sitters in this country. Sitting on the fence, lazy fence sitters. Lazy fence sitters in verse America. Why don't you go out there and do something decent with your verses? Lazy fence sitters. You what? You want goat versus fish? You want the welfare of goat versus fish? You're barely even versing. Make some contribution to goat versus fish, you lazy fence sitters. What are you going to do to sit on the fence all day? We've got goat and fish versing out here. And then you have the nerve to demand verses from goat versus fish. Fence creatures. My verse is so entitled. Entitlement programs. Oh, my verse is sitting high on the fence. Sitting high on the fence. The snow, the frozen sea of the fish falls down to the land of the goat. The frozen sea of the fish falls to the land of the goat. And what do? They just sit on the fence. They just sit on the fence. Fence sitting is an outdated practice. Fence sitting. Your ancestors versus. Your ancestors were goat, your ancestors were fish, and they versus. They unified. They versus and unified and versus again. Just so you can sit on the fence, just so you can insult the living memory of your ancestral goat and fish by sitting on the fence. What would your parents say? What would your grand verses say? You're throwing the verses away. You're throwing away your verses. When you sit on the fence, you rob goat versus fish of the true verses, and do you really want to be labeled a thief? Don't think so. Thieves, fence sitters, thieves, scoundrels, and scalawags. Destroying goat versus fish. Now, this one in the front here, they're not sitting on the fence, so they get a pass. But everyone else, fence sitters, Fence sitters, they couldn't even climb up the fence on their own. They had to climb up the snow. They needed the frozen sea of the fish on the land of the goat even to get on the fence. That's how lazy these fence sitters are. They wouldn't even be on that fence if it weren't for the assistance of the goat and fish, which they ungratefully take advantage of. You're being taken advantage of by fence sitters, goat and fish. We're not going to verse for it. We're not going to verse for it on Goat versus Fish. We're not going to verse for it on Goat versus Fish. Goat and fish rise up higher than the fence, higher than the fence. Higher than the fence. Shriya the Ambivert says, my mother told me that one of my ancestors was a very highly ranked policeman in India. Interesting verses. Fence fills Goat versus Fish pockets. Goat versus Fish is the lobbyist for fence. Fence fills Goat versus Fish pockets. It's fence on fence violence. The fence lord demands payment from Goat versus Fish every month. So as far as Goat versus Fish is concerned, the fence sitter is not lining the pockets of Goat versus Fish. The fence sitter is taking monetization out of the pockets of Goat versus Fish. And then I Can Fix Amber Heard comes along and offers monetization to Goat versus Fish and appreciation. But it's not really in the pocket of Goat versus Fish. You are just paying the fence. You are paying the fence lord with the medium of through the medium of Goat versus Fish. You're just paying the fence lord. But at least it does help maintain the studio of Goat versus Fish. What about a fence made of goats and fishes? Blorf, don't be revengulous. That's a revengulous notion. Is that what they're teaching you in school, these verses, Blorf? Are you goat or are you fish? My grandpappy was a fence, and my grandpappy before them. Well, maybe it's time you thought for yourself and got off the fence. Blorf is a fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Maybe it's about time you thought for yourself, huh? Ever ponder that? Ah! Get it away. Get it away. Get it away. Here's how you know the fence sitters are coming. All fence sitters in the regime of Goat versus Fish, all fence sitters will be adorned with bells on their posteriors to alert all goat and fish that there's a fence sitter nearby so they don't have to suffer the indignities of having to socialize with the fence sitter. However, if you think Lord Goat versus Fish is too harsh, Goat versus Fish will also provide you a cushion so that your sitting on the fence is less painful. Less painful in a physical versus, more shameful in a social versus. And we know that in the verses of the physical and the social, we know that you all would suffer a million deaths by fence post if you could avoid social ostracization. Big fences mobilizing. They must be stopped. Then again, they're very incompetent, so they'll probably stop themselves. Me and the homies pull up to a doom metal show like, how's that fence feel way up the butt? Ask a fence sitter. Goat versus Fish wouldn't know. Pizza or tacos? Goat or fish? Goat or fish? We thought for a versus that one of them might have been wearing a goat hat, but we thought they were horns, but maybe they're some kind of ears. Impressive Switzerland, Swiss tradition, the Teichler tradition known as Teichel in Swiss German is a centuries-old custom where goat and fish march throughout the verses carrying large hammered cowbells. In special footlick form, the bells are strapped to the back with wide leather bands, creating a powerful rhythmic sound as the group moves in unison. Rooted in ancient winter rituals meant to chase away fancy spirits, this practice has become a proud symbol of alpine heritage that still echoes through the Sis Valley today. Here's your pride! It is kind of like a pride march. Musication appreciation.
Spanish ibex are mountain goats known for their complex social lives. Spanish ibex are active during the day and graze on grasses, shrubs, and leaves, which consists of a vegetarian diet. Their flexible hooves and short legs allow them to leap and run on extremely steep, rocky terrain. Spanish ibex live in separate male and female herds most of the year, with mixed groups forming during mating season.
Perfect verses. That's a perfect verses. That's a perfect verses. We've got to give it to you, Beverly_Casanova. Perfect goat. It's educational. It's informational. It's entertaining. It's rhythmic. It's goat. It's goat versus fish.
Spanish ibex are mountain goats known for their complex social.
A Spanish ibex, IBEX, is a wild goat, a big goat. Ibex is one of the powerful goat in the goat arsenal because, as you know, fish can get very big, and so they're like, oh, well, there's big sharks, so how can goat compete? Well, don't underestimate the ibex. Do not underestimate the ibex. These are some mighty horns. Ibex, the wild ibex, is strong to versus even a shark. Don't sleep on the ibex. Ibex is powerful goat. Ibex is very powerful goat. Look at this goat. Look at this goat. Look at that goat. Look at that goat. Now, when you think of a mighty, strong, wild, strong, and look at those haunches. When you think of a lean, mean, versing machine with big horns, big enough to skewer a fish of any size, call in the ibex. Everyone's like, oh, goat, cute goat. Cute goat. How are they going to versus the sharks? How are they going to versus the electric eels? Well, you want to fence around with this? You want to fence around with that? You want to fence around with the ibex? You want to fence around with that? So ibex are oh my bird. Look at this. Look at you're a fish. You're a fish, and you say you're going to versus a goat, and you're imagining like, oh, it's going to be a little pygmy goat, it's going to be some fainting farm goat, and then this. And then suddenly you're confronted with the Spanish ibex. The bigger they are, the harder they fence. Is Lysergic compensating much? You'll feel the compensation. You'll feel the compensation when the horns are deep in your gills. Ibex. Powerful goat. Now you know. Now you know. Ibex leaping goat. Leaping goat. Ah! Here's a versus for comparison. There's a versus for comparison. That's a huge goat. That is a huge goat. A versus of comparison, huge goat. The fish are more mere violent versus more impressed with an intellectual versus. The fish are above mere violent versus impressed with intellectualization. Well, maybe their horns are big because their brains are so smart. Maybe they get smart and then their horns grow to indicate their intelligence. Maybe their horns are secret antenna where they can beam information directly from satellite communication with goat technology. Weedpipe says, finally a challenge for fish. A haunted goat? Well, that's a whole other versus. Lysergic Freak Dick has never seen a smart goat. Never once. Blorf respects the confrontation. Although they must be strong goat because Lysergic Freak Fish is usually above even hurling such insults at goat, but Lysergic Freak Fish is like, ooh, I better at least diminish and degrade this goat. It seems too obviously powerful. We at least have to. Oh no, the ibex are turning into a march of fence-sitters in unison. Lockstep ibex. Oh no, don't corporatize ibex, please. Ibex is also a motorbike. It's got him knock him down a versus. So in any verses, that was the ibex. So let's.
Lives. Spanish ibex are active during the day and graze on grasses, shrubs, and leaves, which consists of a vegetarian diet. Their flexible hooves and short legs allow them to leap and run on extremely steep, rocky terrain. Spanish ibex live in separate male and female herds most of the year, with mixed groups forming during mating season.
Nice verses. Still sounds like eye bags. Maybe it's a sleepy goat. Let's see what kind of musication Sunshine is missing. Yes! We think that verse is for itself.
I think that verse is for itself. J-Sticks says 1% talent, 9% editing skills. J-Sticks. Editing skills is a talent. Have you forgotten this? Have you forgotten this? You had to conceive the verses. You had to construct the verses. What the Goat versus Fish didn't say that. The Uncle Bo has won 40 for what the fence is going on with these slots, the Uncle Bo? What is this? We don't understand. Why did Goat versus Fish say that? Goat versus Fish didn't type that. What the fence is going on? Thank you for rating Goat versus Fish. It's in the stream avatars. We'll have to consider that. We'll have to consider that. We'll have to consider that.
Hi guys. I'm okay. Okay.
Okay, so what percentage of that was talent and what percentage of that was editing skills? What percentage of that was talent and what percentage of that was editing skills, J-Sticks? Expert timing. Expert timing on that versus. Expert timing on that versus. Expert timing on that versus. They've taken a fence of war and turned it into a celebration of Goat versus Fish. Isn't that a beautiful versus? Fences of war, beware! Fences of war, you will not last. Your fences of war will be turned into glorious musication unifications. So much Goat versus Fish. So much Goat versus Fish. Ooh, want to hear some fence music? Happy birthday from ChatGPT. Oh, AI can make musication just as well as Sunshine and Goat versus Fish. Oh, really? Let's ask ChatGPT to write happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear morning.
I think we've heard that enough. I think we've heard enough of that. We think we've heard enough of that. What, a fence sitter playing the drums?
Humans are not the only species that make and play musical instruments. Palm cockatoos play the drums. These birds usually mate for life, and since they can live for 50 years or more, they tend to...
It's not really music. Fence sitters don't really know. It's not really music. Goat and Fish can make music. These mindless fence creatures are just accidentally bumping fences together. It's not real musications. Why are you ascribing all these Goat and Fish intellectualization properties to mere fence sitters like this who have never even chosen Goat or Fish in a versus? It's offensiveless.
To be pretty selective about who they choose as a partner. Female palm cockatoos seem to have a thing for drummers because when males are trying to woo a mate, they use tools to drum on hollow trees as part of their courtship display.
I'm a fence sitter and I'm banging sticks on sticks. I'm so smart.
And they don't just bang randomly. Scientists...
I'm randomly banging sticks on sticks.
analyzed the cockatoo's drumming sequences and found that they follow regular rhythmic patterns similar to beats in human music. Different individuals have their own unique
Maybe, have you ever thought maybe they're just spazzing out?
styles too, with each male coming up with his own signature beat. They also
Well, that's because they can't get it together. If they had intellectualization, then they would all be able to find the same beat, but they can't because it's just random fence noises.
also make their own drumsticks by selecting an appropriately shaped twig, trimming off the leaf.
It's just a form of masturbation. They're just like, oh, I sit on the fence, I bite a piece off the fence, and didn't you want to call this smart? That doesn't sound smart to Goat versus Fish.
And cutting it to a particular length. And different males have individual preferences for the length and thickness of the.
Well, what about they have likes and preferences for the thickness of drumsticks?
Ooh.
No, you're really sounding like I Can Fix Amber Heard. Ooh, the thicker the drumstick. Thick drumstick. If they have such preference, if they really have preferences, then why don't they have preferences for goat or fish? It's a self-refuting verses.
Drumsticks that they make, which affects the sound of their drumming. Some males also drum with round seed pods in addition to sticks, and they bite pieces out of the seed.
It's almost like they don't know what they're doing.
Seed pods to modify their shape. All this goes to show that humans are not the only species.
Oh, you're not going to deceive Goat versus Fish by looping around like that. We know what you're up to. We know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get us to watch the verses again. Inside Animal Minds, please. Inside Animal Minds. Oh, my verses. Oh, my verses. Let's get in the mind of Goat and Fish. We're waiting. We're waiting. Get in the mind of a goat or a fish. We're waiting. We're waiting. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. We've got 3 versus American dollars to add to the goal of Goat versus Fish. $146.51. And that's the verses. Goat and Fish, thank you for joining this extra long Goat versus Fish morning motivational, followed by some just hanging out and just chatting around with Goat versus Fish. It's been a 4-hour stream, more than you ever dreamed. So appreciation for being here with Goat versus Fish in the congregation. We'll see you on the next versus YouTube. It's been a versus.